All right. This is my first time doing this. I'm going live on YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom simultaneously. And we got Rustam here helping us out. I have a feeling it's going to be a massive call today. We went ahead and upgraded my Zoom account so it could hold 300 plus
Billy,
people.
unmute yourself.
Okay, boom. All right, I'm back. All right, this is going to be a big Zoom call today. I'm super, super excited. We are live on YouTube and Facebook as well. So it's going to be crazy, guys. Brenda's up first. Hopefully she's in here right now. Real quick, guys, we have 8 speakers tonight, including myself. And I don't think we'll never have this exact lineup again. It's absolutely insane who we have. Also, Rustin, could you make me the focus? Make it the focus of whoever's talking. See if I can pin myself. Boom. So we're going to start out with Brenda. She's doing a few thousand in profit a month, and she just started selling books a few months ago. So I like to start it off with a beginner. That way, people who are just starting selling books can kind of see the bridge between, somebody who just started and then quickly, we're actually going to escalate pretty quickly to an 8-figure bookseller, almost a 9-figure bookseller. That they're top 15 sellers on Amazon. With Bill from Sellback Your Book, he'll be up second. And then after that, we have several speakers, including Caleb Roth himself. We have Vishal doing $500,000 a month in used books, bulk books. So the purpose of this tonight is I want to give you guys direct access to the speakers. They've put together their own presentations, but they're also going to be doing Q&A. So if you guys do have questions, drop them in the chat below. You guys can unmute yourselves after each person presents, ask questions to them directly. But it's going to be a ton of fun. It's going to be long. We're going to be going 4 hours, but I promise you guys are going to get so much value out of this. So yeah, let's dive into it. Brenda, where are you at? I'm joined on my browser, so it's hard for me to navigate. If you could, Rustam, if you could ask her to unmute herself, and we'll get this thing rocking and rolling.
Hello. I'm here.
How you doing? You ready to rock and roll?
I'm good. I'm ready to rock and roll.
All right.
And my exercises this morning, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'll let you take it away, and then whenever you're done, and if there's still time left before 3:30, I'm here Pacific time, before 6:30 Eastern time, we can open up to Q&A, and people can just ask you questions.
Okay.
All right, take it away.
All right. I guess the big thing is why did I get into this? My background is occupational therapy, and I've been doing that 35, 40 years, long time, all my life. And then I decided to go back to school, get my doctorate degree in education, because you can't live to move people forever. But what happened when I was in the process of graduating with my doctorate degree, COVID hit. COVID not only had me lose my job as a therapist, because all the beds we needed for rehabilitation went to patients with COVID. And then in my doctorate degree, I had a job lined up, and they had to stop everyone from the hiring because those who were working in the schools full time in higher education were now teaching online. So I was like, what the hell? Like I couldn't win, so I was able to get into the schools to teach a little bit, like with kids, because I work with special ed. And I thought, I need to find something for myself. I'm tired of relying on other people to put money in my pocket so I can pay my bills. There's got to be something else. So I just started following and watching things on, on YouTube, and just Facebook pops up stuff. And one day I saw Avery and he was putting on a little thing. It was just last summer about selling books. And I was like, well, I love books, and what he was talking about, I was like, okay, this really makes sense to me, because especially with college textbooks, I knew what those suckers cost, and I knew what we can pay back, get money back on them. So I thought, okay, it didn't cost anything to listen to what he had to say, but I don't know how long we were in that class, but I thought, I'm going to try this out. Started pulling all my books off the shelf, everything I had. And I signed up for the basics because I didn't want to invest a lot of money, and it ended not working. So I got my little Dymo, I got the scanner, and I downloaded Scout IQ. and I just started checking stuff out. And before I knew it, that first batch went in, it was turning profit already. Inventory was going as fast as it was going in, as fast as it was going out. I was like, okay, well, this is cool. And it was fun. So I just kept at it. I've been in it now. This is the beginning of my 7th month, actually. And right now I'm just a hair short of $8,000 just for this month. And I do a lot of different strategies. One of the first things that I do is I read and look at every YouTube I can get my hands on. I've gone over them double. I've looked at every stuff over and over and over again in case I miss something. Maybe there's another little trick or tweaking something of what I'm doing. Jojo and Steve. I mean, there's a bunch of them out there. And so I just started listening and paying attention, keeping note of everything. And I started growing, and it's growing, and it's growing. And so some of the things like he had talked about is like getting in the back door. I live in a rural Wisconsin, so there's a lot of things actually on the outskirts. I'm not far from Minnesota. So I started listening to all these different things that you can do in order to get those books. And one of the first things was that getting in the back door. So I thought, okay, I love going in them thrift stores. First one I hit was Goodwill. And they said, well, you know, we're not letting you in the back door. There's too much going on back there. And I said, okay. So I hit the little guys. And how I got into this one is I was sourcing, and some fella come in, sit on a couch and said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm sourcing books. I said, I'll tell you what, I said, it would make it a whole lot easier for me if you quit putting your sticker on the back of that USBN number. I said, I can get this job done a lot quicker if you always just help me out a little bit. And so I kind of smiled and flirted a little bit. And he says, let me go talk to the boss. She's here. And before I knew it, I was in the back door and I was scanning books. And when they get all their donations, they just put them in big carts for me now. I've been doing it about a month. I'll go in, I'll volunteer. When you volunteer, you can put in the hours that works for you. So I might go to work and then I'll go volunteer for a little bit. They put it all in a cart for me. And I worked out an agreement with them. I said, I need you just to put those books in that cart. Let me scan them. And then once I scan the ones I need, I'll put them in a box. And then the other ones I'll label for you, and I'll go put them out on the shelf and clean up your bookcases out there, their little library area. And it worked. My gosh, I walk out of there, I can't tell you, $500 to scanning books right off the bat. Don't have to fight with them stupid stickers. I mean, I know they got to do that because they're selling books, but I don't have to fight with them anymore. And at the end of the month, most places do this. At the end of the month, they have to clean out books. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but when you go back out to these little thrift stores, they have stickers on the back where their price sticker. And it could be pink, it could be green. Every month they change the color of that sticker. And so what are they going to do with those books? They pull off those shelves, they throw them in the trash. I'm like, oh, no, we can't do that. So I told them, let me pull the books. So every book that was pulled, I had access to before anybody else. And the thing is some of those books I've been through, but a lot of them I haven't. Because if I'm not there and books are piling up, someone else is going to put the books on the shelf. So I'm going to miss some. So I said, what are you going to do with these books? I can't have you throwing them all in the trash. They said, well, 50 cents a box, they're yours. I said, sold. I walked out of there with 8 boxes of books. And I scanned half of them, and I've already made $2,000 in profit. Isn't that crazy? It's for 50 cents, you know, for a box. And there's probably 25 to 30 books in a box. And, you know, we don't look a lot at children's books, but I kid you not, some of those children's books, they're worth $25. And I've been reading up, why aren't people selling children's books? They say, you know, because kids spit on them, put their food on them and all that kind of stuff. Well, you're not going to sell them the goopy ones. They have really nice books that are children's books you can get a high dollar for. Or you can even put them on eBay if you get a series. And a lot of the libraries from the schools will also donate books, and they'll get rid of books that are in series. And turns out eBay likes those books in series. Other teachers will buy those books because, you know, their budget really stinks. And so they can get these books much cheaper than if they were to go brand new with them. And a lot of them are really clean. And so, so I get in the back door, I help them out twice a week. I come home with boxes of books all the time. And I thought, okay, it worked with that one. But then I went into Minnesota and I went into a place out in the boonies, did the same thing. But I'm not volunteering with them. I go in and I'll scan their books and I'll buy a few off of them. But then at the end of the month, I got them to give me all them books. And here I did again. I think I off of 3 boxes, I have $1,000 profit off of that. And it didn't cost me anything. I just went and picked them up. You got to just talk the talk is what, what I learned. Just start talking to people. What are you doing with those books?
Some people are pretty shy. Do you have any tips for flirting if you're kind of shy? What advice do you have for that type of person?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sociable. I mean, I have to be as a therapist. I mean, I get people naked, how do you talk people to get naked for you, but this was hard. It was hard because I'm like, Brenda, just let it loose. Just let it go, and said, hey, I just started talking. Once I started it and knew the words that I needed to say that would pop an interest of somebody, it worked. I use it all the time now. What are you doing with these books at the end of the month? What are you doing with the stuff you throw away? She was throwing away textbooks. I could have died. And I was jumping in the dumpster trying to get books out of there. What do you have in there? You can't throw those away. And so now I have their team is saving other books that the boss will throw away. And she was throwing away library books. A lot of good library books are worth a lot of money. And or school books, they didn't like school books. So you know what I did? Because I do help out when I'm not working anywhere else. I'll go and I'll substitute. Well, I went in the library. What are you guys doing with the books? She had a whole pile of them there, 6 boxes. She goes, well, we'll throw them away. So I told her what I was doing. And she goes, let me talk to the boss. Before I knew it, I was loaded up my vehicle with free books again. I think you just got to find a niche. And it's just as simple. Hey, hi, my name's Brenda, and I buy books and resell them. But, with that, though, I don't just buy and resell. I'm trying to look like I'm trying to make money off of people. But I really have plans. I mean, we get a lot of duds. And I hate throwing a book away if it looks clean and it's new and it still seems fresh. So like a lot of the love stories and some of the fiction books, well, some books I'll take to nursing homes, children's books that I can't sell. I'm starting a program now where we have these little libraries all through the town. And usually you find books in there for older people. Well, now I'm starting it up for ones for just children. And this might be something you guys might want to try even in your own neck of the woods. Is you actually go to a business and say, hey, this is what I do, and I'm trying to find a home for these children's books in your neck of the woods. Would you consider sponsoring them? Like out here, the cheapest one is $198. I said, would you consider sponsoring, this little tree house for the children in your community for $198? I'll bring you the box. I'll have kids in the community. We'll do a little show and tell and have them put handprints all over, paint their hands, have vendors come out. I said, and we'll start getting children's books. And then if they want me to, I can continue to monitor them for another extra fee, of course, right? And then as I get those books and I can't sell them anywhere else, they're going straight for those kids. So they're not being thrown in the garbage. So I have that going, and then I apply to, this is what I'm doing. I do sell them, and I'm trying to earn money to help pay off my college education, and is why too I got started in this. But I have other sources for these books that normally would get tossed in the trash. And people are like, that sounds great. If you're giving it to children and if you're giving it to folks in the nursing homes, you can distribute it to community centers. People just love that because it's just getting filtered. Because you're getting it from people who are getting it for free. It's all non-for-profit. They're trying to help people, with different issues in their lives, and people are down and out. So if you're giving back to those people are more prone to help you out. So yeah, come get them. So that's made a world of difference. And I can't tell you how many books that I've made so much money on so far that I didn't pay a cent for. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
We got a few questions rolling in. We got Pimp Rogers asking, he says, I want to know how to talk people into getting naked, is his question.
Well, that's therapy time. I cost a lot more for that.
Yeah, message her for therapy and she can help you out. Steven says, I source from library free books and it helps them with the duds. What do you do with all your duds?
My duds, I distribute. The children's books are going into the little library that I'm promoting right now, the program that I'm starting. I'm going to start in our county, and then I'm going to move to the next county and the next county. So I'm really pushing for that. I think that's kind of exciting, giving free books to kids who don't have access to them. Some of the other books, a lot of those little love stories, the Harlequin romances and some of the fiction. It doesn't matter if it's even fiction or nonfiction. If you can't sell it, find a home for it. So I will give those to the nursing homes, independent living centers, community centers. And this is one thing that I've learned. And it's funny because my son owns a business in West Virginia, and it's recycling paper. He cleans out banks and schools, so he gets all these books. And I said, what do you do with the little ones that you can't do anything else with? He says that if you can pile them up, the big Gaylord boxes you get, that 4x4, they'll pay you $200 if you fill that thing up with some of the soft covered books, the little paperbacks, because that paper is different and they can recycle that and they use it for other purposes. So that might be another way to get a little extra money. You just got to connect in with whoever does recycling in your area, and they'll pick those up. So it's being repurposed.
Right.
So that's what I do. I find little niches where it can be repurposed, constantly moving them. And but sometimes I've thrown some away.
Someone's asking, what do you do? You mentioned children's series. Are you selling these on eBay, Amazon, both? What are you doing with those?
I've not seen any of them come across Amazon. They would come in individually, I've noticed. But if you can put it in a series of 3 or 6 or 8, they'll go on eBay. And I have a whole load of them started right over here, and some in my rec room, which is loaded with all them books now that I'll be putting on eBay here in the next few days.
Awesome. Are you FBA, MF, both? I see a ton of books behind you. Are those MF?
Yeah, these are all my own personal books, but I do FBA and I want to do MF. I just haven't done it yet because there's just so much, but it's really good. Like I said, one of the things that I concentrated on is looking at everything, all the YouTubes I can possibly learn something from, taking notes. And so I'm looking to put things on MF, but I still want to learn more about it. Just like I'm learning more about eBay and how all that works.
Yep.
And, I try to push everything on FBA, but whoever wants to buy it, that's where I'm going to sell it.
Right.
It's pretty much my attitude.
Jose is asking, how many books do you have in inventory at the moment?
I'm just short of 1,000.
Nice.
My books, they go fast, and then they'll send me a little love note saying, we just sold 400 books. You better stock up. And I was like, well, I just sent you 4 boxes, add them to the list.
Yeah.
So they move fast.
That's
but
good.
Of course, in the beginning, I did get some books back because I really didn't know how to price it right. And so that was really important to learn about pricing and just learning the apps really well. So those are important.
We got another Jose. He wasn't really paying attention earlier, I guess. He says, can you repeat how you find books?
Well, I hit all the thrift stores. I go to schools, to the librarians at the schools from K through 12. I go through those boxes. Like I went to exercise this morning, and they have one of the little library boxes outside. And so I don't know, this might be cheating, but I will scan the books in that box. And if there's something that will sell for me, I will take it and I will put 2 back in its place. So wherever. I was stopped at, when I was sourcing today, I stopped at a little place I always go to, and they had all these books. They said, just take for free. Well, they were textbooks, and I got me a box out of that too. Just wherever. I go to Goodwill, I go to any thrift stores. I even hit some antique shops. We have one by us that you pay a little bit more. Like the first time I bought something there, I bought cost me $20 on a book about Native Americans, but it sold for $142. That's when Avery and all the other fellas are saying, you've got to spend a little money if you want to make money. I'm like, Avery, if this don't sell, I'm coming to look for you. But it did. Yep. So I like to go to antique shops. You have to be careful because those people generally know what they're doing. And but sometimes stuff will slip by them. But it's fun to go in there because you'll be in there for hours and hours looking at books. So anyway,
Someone's saying church yard sales is also a great place for duds. That way, church can make some money for their ministry. So, as churches, if they have yard sales or book sales, yeah, it's a good place to find books as well.
I also give them a lot of Christian books that I can't sell elsewhere too.
Mm-hmm. Ken's asking, do you have a repricer?
No, I'm supposed to sign up for that by now, but I haven't.
Okay.
And that's on my list here to do this next week.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. There's so much.
You're using GoToLister, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So hit us up if you anyone who uses GoToLister, if you message us at support@gotolister.com. I have a $100 pricing course on how to set up a repricer, but I give it to you guys for free. So if you're a GoToLister member that has paid at least one time, you can message us at support@gotolister.com. And we also we can set it up for you if you want. Just message my team. They'll log into your account. We use Channel Max to reprice, and we'll get your account 100% set up. So that offer's available for anyone who uses GoToLister and has paid at least one time. Do you have a minimum rank e-score when sending books to FBA? These days, guys, it's very important to send good books to FBA because the average removal fee is over $2 now. And Brenda, you mentioned that you're selling, hundreds of books a month. Do you know how many books you sold the last 30 days? How many units?
Wow.
400.
No, it was like 574.
Okay, so she has a 57% sell-through rate approximately because she has about 1,000 units in stock. That's really good. Caleb Roth, my mentor, the book flipper who will be on later, he says get at least a 20% sell-through rate. That way you sell through 100% of your inventory every 5 months. She's selling through 100% of her inventory every 2 months. So right now you don't even really need a repricer if you're selling that many. I still think there's probably some stale inventory you have that a repricer could help out with. You definitely don't want to hit long-term storage fees and stuff like that. So
yeah, and one of the things that I do is that when I know there's a book coming up and it's just not selling, I said, just send it back home. I'll clean it up, I'll look at it and see. But most of them, I wait a week or so and I send it back and it sells, which is, it's strange. There are books that I looked at, giving to somebody else, and I thought, I'm going to check this book again. And then it was, then the numbers were up and I'm like, okay, send it back to them.
Yeah.
But when I first started though, I had to get inventory up. That was really important. You got to get an inventory started, get that in there. So I was even getting books, my stuff that I get for free. If they're going to give me $2 or $3 FBA, it's going because I want to push that inventory. But I also send them all my big books that are worth good money, just to keep inventory. And that's the way I started. But now I try to stay around, like you said, like $10 to $12 or like 10 to 15. Once in a while, I'll see a good book and I might cut it a little short, but generally I try to stay with getting better books. But that's even harder now because a lot of places like Goodwill's got their own little FBA account now. They're selling books. Even at the little thrift store where I get a lot of my stuff for free, they have all their scanners out checking stuff. But the thing is, none of them like to work with books. So that's my baby now. So I'm lucky there. But if you can get yourself in the door and get people to like you and they trust what you're doing,
yeah,
it's going to make a world of difference.
Yeah, that's huge. Being able to scan books that nobody has access to versus being able to scan the books that everyone has access to can be the difference between getting a 10% accept rate and like a 1% or 0% accept rate. So we got Elizabeth kind of asking the same question again, but her question's kind of harping on at the beginning, were you always getting good inventory or did you make any mistakes with duds? And what e-score range are you looking at sending books in?
Well, that one's kind of hard because I always had a hard time with that from the beginning. And, I have like a little note here. It says like my rank, if it's below 1 million, then you want to increase the price, then if it's above, you want to bring the price down. That's Steve who said that. See, I got notes. Every time someone says something, I write notes. It's all over my desktop. But I try to get ranks, the high double digits, like in the 20s or higher. There's the e-score. I try to keep those high. And then my ranks, I try to stay 1 million. But, I found some really good books that I made good money on, that went into the millions, like the 2 million, and And one thing that I've learned just in the last 3 months is I look at everything. I just don't look at what Scott IQ is telling me. I also look at the seller app, and I have other different things on my phone that didn't cost me anything to put the app on my phone, but it just gives me different sources. I got one on eBay. What is eBay saying about this book? How are they selling it? And they'll tell me what Amazon's selling it for. It's like they cheat on each other. They talk about each other. So I look at everything I could possibly look at because I'm still learning a lot of stuff too. So I really take the time to learn as much as I can, and that helps. And like I have a big fat notebook, that I take notes on everything, because some will come up, you're like, what the heck does that mean? And I'm, hey, Marie, what does this mean?
Yeah, you're learning fast. You asked the other day in the Go-To Lister group a question. Seller Amp had something different than Scout IQ, and sometimes these apps bring up different profit. And the biggest reason why it brings up different profit is it compares to a different price. That's like 99% of the issue. So,
and always look at Keep a Chart.
Yeah.
Keep a chart. If you see the Christmas trees going along that page, you know that it's selling, and you best sell that book.
Right.
As long as you can make a good profit off of it.
Joel says Avery's repricing program is the truth. I've sold as much as in the last 4 days using it as I had the month before. I just launched this program, so hopefully you guys like it. Some people purchased it for 47 at the time. It's 97 now. Some people have purchased it for 97. But if you're a Go-To Lister user, you get 100% free as long as you're paying for Go-To Lister. Just hit us up. What's the benefit of a repricer? It allows you to sell your inventory faster. It also allows you to make more money on your inventory because it'll price up. You don't want to always be at the same price. Maybe you should price higher. So it does price up and allows you to make more profit. Renee says sourcing sucks where I'm at in Florida. I think FLA. Is that what it stands for? Goodwill prices have gone up. Do you have any tips on what to do? How much are you willing to pay for a book? Would you pay $5 for a book? And if so, when would you pay that much?
Well, there's a Goodwill that I checked out that's about an hour for me, and they're charging $7 and $8 for a book. That's not even worth anything, So you just got to know where your good places are and where your bad places are. The best places are those little nook and crannies that nobody knows about, those little thrift stores. Out here, they're called family pathways, and I think they're across the country. You might have to look into that. But look for those little thrift stores where people have little consignment shops. We have those things everywhere. And but you know what? That Goodwill, ours are cheap. They're only $2 a book. But people across the country, just in conversations like this, are saying some of them are outrageous about what they charge. Now, there's a thing called Save, I think it's called, and it's like a Goodwill place, but it's everything they couldn't sell through their stores, like throughout our state, and it goes to there, and they put it all in this big container that's probably, I don't know, 40 or 50 feet long. They push it on the aisle, and people just dig into it. I went to that. Now, that was kind of crazy, but they charge you by the pound. So you pay 28 cents a pound for books. And I walked out that door with $500 in my pocket, a profit, and it cost me $3. That's a cool place to go to if you got one nearby. I had to travel an hour for that one. But all the things that they say, I never even knew a place called Save existed. I thought it was like Aldi's or something, where you get discount foods. But you get discounted stuff from Goodwill that didn't sell there. And so it comes from all over the place. So when you hear people talking, it goes back to those YouTubes and getting into things like this. People talk about different places they have gone to and did well. So I wrote that down and said, you need to find out where Save is in your neck of the woods and see what that's all about.
100%.
Yeah.
My advice for if you're worried about paying $5 for a book, there's people that pay $50 for online arbitrage items, and they're happy if they make $10 back. So they're happy if they make $60 back to make a $10 profit. That's why, like, when booksellers freak out about paying $8, $9, $10 for a book, it doesn't matter if it's going to bring you $30 back. Go ahead and spend the $10. What's the difference between buying 3 books that are $3 a piece versus one book that's $9? It's the same thing. If the ROI is there, go ahead and purchase it. Get used to reading eScore. get used to understanding sales rank, make sure that the items you purchase on average actually sell, and then don't be afraid to spend money. So everyone give Brenda a, go ahead.
That's the hardest part.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part, because when you're new, you're like, okay, when am I getting paid something?
Yeah.
Well, I think most of us got paid within the first 3 months.
Yeah.
That's when I
with books, it's easy. Caleb talks about this. When you're spending money on books, it's really hard to go negative. He's got a spreadsheet that you can input how much you're spending on books each week. So if you're paying for 100 books each week, and you're paying $300 on average, yeah, the first 3 weeks you spent $900, but pretty quickly those books are going to sell, and then you'll be cash flow positive within the first 6 weeks to 2 months. So, and then you'll never go negative again.
Yeah, let the money keep rolling. If you don't have to use it, besides for all the things you need, your apps and stuff. When you first start out, you're kind of scared. You've got to buy apps. You got to pay for that, and then you got to go out buy books. And then you're like, okay, now I only have $50 in the bank. They better sell,
Yeah.
And it is a little scary. But if you start, just raid your house, raid your parents' house, raid a friend's house.
You got to raid your own house. You got to practice what you preach. You can go scan those books
first.
Behind you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Well, some of those don't work anymore, but
everyone give Brenda some love. We got love coming from Phyllis, Yvette, Chris, Denise. Everyone drop a 1 or thanks in the chat. Thank you so much, Brenda. You come on all the lives as a viewer most of the time, so it's a pleasure having you speak.
Yeah. Always learning.
All right.
Thanks.
Yep. Next up, we have literally top 15 Amazon seller. I met this guy a few years ago at a Turn the Page event, which is why I'm so passionate about throwing events. I love meeting people. I love meeting people in person. We'll have to do one of these in person later this year. But he came up to me. He was like, I watch your YouTube videos, blah, blah, blah. Turns out, this guy's he's partners with one of the biggest Amazon sellers, him and Glenn. And you guys have probably seen him all over Amazon as well. You guys have probably heard about his company, sellbackyourbook.com. He works with bulk sellers. He works with smaller sellers. He has shared with me so many different techniques when it comes to selling on Amazon, or selling off Amazon rather. He's literally made thousands of dollars in profit in a day with some pretty creative strategies. He used to go to flea markets, set up camp, and then make profit from selling fiction books and books that we usually consider trash, and make money off of those. He's also helped so many people, hundreds of booksellers in the community, increase their cash flow by purchasing their fiction books. So if you guys have fiction books, don't just go and give them back to Goodwill. You could probably make a quarter to 50 cents, maybe even $1 plus, sending them to his company. So he's going to talk about all of this. I don't even know exactly what he's talking about, but he's a really funny guy, and I know it's going to be valuable for you guys. So welcome, Bill. Rustin, if you want to get Bill on here, he's probably doing jumping jacks or something in the background. Oh, he's still pumping iron right now. Let me add pin. Boom, and I'll get Brenda off of here. And if you could ask him to unmute himself, we'll be ready to rock and roll.
I have to fill. Can you tell me the last name?
I got him right here. Boom.
Okay.
Me? Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, just working out. Only 30 pounds today for the dumbbells.
Oh, is that it? That looks smaller on camera.
It's an easy day. Oh, 30. All right.
How you doing?
Feeling good now. I got to work out once in a while. It takes a lot to look this good. I mean, but thanks for having me. And what a tough act this is to follow. Brenda was awesome. My favorite thing is I tell everybody this. I've been in the book business for 22, 23 years, and I know what you're thinking. Yes, I started at the age of 3, but I still learn stuff every day, and events like this really help. And from all types of sellers and all shapes and all sizes, things like this are truly amazing, because in every field you're in, every aspect, you should always network with people that do what you do, because you can give, you can take, you can learn, you can share. And Amazon has built this amazing flywheel that just this amazing demand that Bill has sent us 682 this month. Yes, you're welcome. Amazon's created this amazing demand that we don't have to build a website, we don't have to market it, we don't have to promote it, maintain it, do all those things, and we just have to feed it. And feeding it smart is the way to go. And we can scale a business on the piggyback of Mr. Bezos and and now Andy, and who else? Everybody else. So thanks for having me, though, by the way. Long-winded way of saying thank you. And again, Brenda was awesome, and I can't wait for the rest. And I hope I do at least half as good as everybody else. So I'll happily be the LVP today. So.
All right. So do you want to just hop into Q&A then? Or do you have something you want to talk about specifically? Do you want to share like
a little bit? Yeah.
Okay.
So a little background. Avery and I had a wonderfully serene afternoon a week or so ago back here in Chicago. We walked the lakefront. We did about a mile and a half each way, and I thought he was walking fast. He thought I was walking fast. We both thought each other was controlling the pace. It was quite the awkward first walk adventure type of thing, but we got through it. We talked a lot about all sorts of things, especially today. And the value I think I can add all sorts of sellers would be a little bit of history in the sense of, and perhaps some inspiration on what works and what got me here and staying so long in a business like this. And I found a couple of pillars of success in the sense where you always want to do and be where the majority is, right? Because it's a safe zone and it works. And this business, as most businesses are, almost every single business, are copy and paste businesses. You know, that's why you see McDonald's and Burger King on collective corners, or gas stations in a cluster, or a Walgreens and CVS kind of nearby each other. You know, businesses that succeed tend to cluster together and kind of then steal market share from each other in a local market. It works, right? It's safe. On the other hand, you need always, in my opinion, an iron or two in the fire that may not be where everyone else is. Some type of chance, some type of risk. You're not betting the company. You're not going all in on something like, I don't even know as an example, but it's just like a small percent of your portfolio in a sense of like taking on online arbitrage, taking on a different vertical in the sense of what you can sell or what you can do. And finding that small niche that can be something. And you might strike out 10, 20 times in a row. But that one that finally works is going to be like this golden goose. It's like little, oh my gosh, I can't believe I've stumbled onto this. And sure, the journey was long and it took a whole bunch of trial and error or perfecting, even though I got close. But those can really be advantageous and beneficial to any company of any size. And to put it in perspective, when I started out, I was doing my online business and had bunch of books. We worked with libraries and schools and the like, and did all the things everybody's still doing today. And as I kept going and scaling my business, I had a glut of popular books that, you know, I would recognize as popular authors or recent bestsellers or really good titles, but because they were so flooded even then online and on Amazon, I was like, I go to the Target, I go to the local bookstore in the mall, and these things are selling for, you know, 10, 12, 15, 18, $20, and I can even sell them and make it 25 cents on Amazon. Like anytime I list these, I lose. And so it got me thinking, what can I do? And that's what led to Pennyworth Books and me selling, like Avery started at the Dimension, me selling at different offline events, and, you know, pairing up with a local nonprofit would probably be my advice in a sense of the path to least resistance. You know, every group in the area needs some type of money and needs funding somehow. And you could creatively, you know, pair up with a local school or a local, some type of organization and co-sponsor a book sale where, you know, they bring the people, they have the venue, you provide the supply, they provide a volunteer or two, you do the same, and, you know, everybody wins. Everybody splits the profits on that. Even just totally splits the revenue, actually. One cool thing you could do with that is at your table, at like the checkout area, you actually advertise people can bring in books. So, you know, because every book sale needs more books, right? And the thought is that people that come for the book sale would bring books in as well. And those books, before they make it out, they get scanned in at the checkout area, and the good ones for online stay right under the table. And you pay the nonprofit based on what you pay to buy those books. So Scott IQ says, hey, you can make $5 or $3 on it. You just cut it in half, and you know, you buy price in half rather, and you pay them that. And then the unsellables go out to the book sale. So it's one way to do some things. When I was also sourcing, we focused on, we looked again where everybody didn't look. we partnered up with estate sales and library sales for 3 different solutions. A pre-sale solution where we would go in and we didn't sell anybody anything. We tried to price their books, and in trade, in turn, we want 23 years. I know. I'm an old man. I'm 42. Birthday's in June, so 43 soon. You can get the books. You can, if you price the books and help out that sale and add value to people where books are a burden, you can actually say, hey, I don't want an hourly wage here. I want the ability, if I'm here for 2 hours, I want 10 books an hour, 10 physical books an hour. Well, you could be making hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour if you're picking the right books. If the sale itself has the right items, you could walk away with 10 textbooks at $50 a piece, and you made $500 in an hour, and so you're doing it in trade. These are creative ways to help out and win. And I always feel that any agreement you have has to add value both ways, because if even at all one-sided, it's going to last not as long as it should, because one side will get salty and it'll kind of spin out and die. So keep that in mind as you're making deals. You always want to give a little to get a little. And that was, like I said, the pre-sale solution. The post-sale solution would be you clean up and take it all for free, as long as they maintain a minimum price. But these are just some creative things you can do that I don't think many people are looking at the estate sale area. And the cool thing is these estate sale people, they're well connected, right? Like they know lots of folks in the neighborhood, and it's their business to get more business. So if you can kind of hitch your wagon onto that horse, you can just have this like amazing source, and you keep them happy because you provide a great service to them. So just something to roll with and see what happens. But I know firsthand, all the thrift stores are getting flooded with competition. All the library sales are spiking up in price or saying no to scanners and driving up that first night price, the preview price, whatever. So you got to be creative, and networking with people in your area, networking with a local nonprofit, networking with a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout area, and seeing if they can do a book drive for you. So there's tons of ways to get books. So but that's the beauty of the world, right? You can have all these little side hustles on your app and do all sorts of amazing things, and kind of piggyback it to your book selling and book scouting time, and really everything can help pay for itself. So, Avery.
All right, we'll jump into some Q&A. Do you want to talk real quick for people, like we got a ton of like people who are complete beginners in here and they probably don't know about Sellback Your Book. Do you want to talk a little bit about how that can help their business, like increase cash flow? And I will say this before he starts on that, this company is objectively better than all the other companies because they accept X library books. They just accept more. And if you send stuff to, especially like PALs and these different companies, they may offer more money, but they won't pay you for half the books. So Sellback Your Book really is amazing in that sense. But if for the people out there that have no idea what Sellback Your Book is, can you kind of explain that?
Probably where I should have started, actually, because this is why I'm here, but that's okay. Sellback Your Book, it was founded in 2007. We're going to be around for a while, a long, long time as well. And I helped the owner get started and mentored him. And the first day I met Glenn, I had said, hey, I will help you and teach you anything I can in the book business and just in general, but someday I will learn from you. And it's an important lesson to keep really good people in your life close and tight, and work with people that are nobodies and somebody's perhaps on the way up, because he well outpaced and outgrew my company. And as it turned out, 12 years, 15 years, whatever it was later, in 2019, we merged our businesses, and I started helping him grow. So I'm just getting all these accolades, these kudos for the company. It's the best buyback service for sure. That's awesome. So I'm reading all the pop-ups. We all appreciate your kind words. But Sellback Your Book is the largest book buyback vendor, we think, around. We have just about 2 million items in our catalog between books, CDs, and DVDs. We, like Avery had said, we add value in any way we can by buying X library books and another pallet. Yep, Chris, that's Mr. B. Shore, I do believe. Thank you, Chris. So I'm responsible for the B2B business. So folks that send in bulk via pallets. That's kind of what I own, if you will, with the company, and maintain and manage and help grow that, because every business of every size can still sell to us. Even companies that are larger than us still end up selling to us, perhaps a little less or a little different things than most, but because we're looking both online and offline for the items we sell, and that's how we can add value. And again, it's not one of those one-sided relationships. We're monetizing items that you all otherwise couldn't. You know,
Yeah.
if you're a small seller and you're restricted on stuff, you have Avery and restrictedinventory.com, and that's a great service. But if he's flooded with books or just says, hey, you know, maybe you have 20 of them, you want to hedge your bet, and 5 here, 5 here, 3 here, 2 here, whatever, we'll happily take them. And there you go. Caleb, Sellback your book paid for my entire warehouse. Where do you keep them? I keep them right behind the alcohol here. So, no, we have a warehouse in Montgomery, Illinois, which is a suburb about 45 minutes southwest of the city, and they're all under one roof. And it's a sight to behold.
Yeah, I would say Sellback your book's great too. Like if you scan a book on Scout IQ and it says $2 profit for Scout IQ, if you send it FBA, by sending it FBA, you're also risking it not selling for a profit, or maybe even you have to pay $2 to get rid of it. Whereas if Sellback your book's offering $1, I would send it to Sellback your book all day personally. That's a decision for you to make in your business, but you can really increase your cash flow by sending your inventory to any buyback company for that matter. But I will say Sellback your book, like everyone in the community can just ask around. It's by far the best, because when I first started, I was in my parents' garage and I met Matt Adolph, who was like, you got to monetize your books, like every single book possible. And so like I sent everything FBA. And then after I sent stuff FBA, I had like literally like 10 different boxes for different buyback companies. I was sending them to Pals. I was sending them to Valor Books. I was sending them to Sellback your book. And Sellback your book was accepting a lot of stuff, but a lot of times other companies were offering more. So I had like all these different boxes. And I remember when I shipped them all out, all the other companies paid me like half of what they said they would because of X library books, acceptable condition, and Sellback your book always paid me exactly what they said they would, and they accept the most books. So I think like this is an essential part that everyone should have in their book business, being able to send their duds to a company that's going to pay them cash for them.
You're absolutely right. The time value money is something that is, you know, super valuable for sellers of all sizes. And you know, they always say, I posted this in one of the groups just the other day, but I'll say it again because not everybody catches everything in every group. But every business knows cash is king, and I think that's true, and that'll long be true as long as cash is still a thing. In most growing businesses, I would argue a little spin on that cash flow is king. When you're young and starting out with a business, you have bills to pay, and you know that first the month comes around quicker and quicker and quicker. And then as you grow, you say, oh wow, if only I had this, if only I had a pallet tipper, if only I had a pallet jack, if only I had a quicker scanner, if only I had a battery pack, you know, simple things, whatever. If only I had a car with a vehicle with a bigger trunk storage, I could do more, I could be more efficient, I could get more items, right? So these things you learn along the way cost money. The quickest way to obtain that is more cash. And the quickest way to get that goal taken care of is to monetize the slower moving books. Maybe, sure, for a little less than you'd get if you waited that time out. But like Avery mentioned, you run the risk of, hey, in 6 months, you might get an extra $2, $3 for the item. But you run the risk of A, customer service issue, B, Amazon losing it, C, that Amazon repricing all the way back down to where you were anyway. So now you didn't monetize any more money in your pocket, and you lost 3 to 6 months of time where you could have taken that couple dollars and flipped it a few times. Yep. So every business has different needs, and I'm biased. I'd say send us all the books, but you have to make the best decision that works out for you. And there's some type of ratio that you need to determine. But we do pay for the shipping. I see some questions on there. We cover all the shipping via FedEx labels or USPS labels, and stuff changes sometimes. So maybe it's currently UPS. I don't keep up on every single nuance of change that the website does. We do accept Canadian customers, but only through our bulk program. So it's bill@sellbackyourbook.com. You can email me anytime. The best way to get some Canadian customers is to have like a cluster of 2 or 3 in an area, or just save up and make a pallet. Those folks do have to be approved, again, through me, but I'll happily onboard anybody. If you say, hey, I saw the Avery cast, yeah, I will make sure you're onboarded, no problem. So to send us bulk stuff. But we do cover all the freight or shipping. We'll line up all the logistics depending on which end you're on. And getting that, we just mentioned that it is US and then Canada only. So any other countries, unfortunately, just these two in North America here. But the cash flow is king in a sense because that item may never ever sell and you've monetized it, or it's a condition issue as well, right? So now you just create a customer service problem and then a return and all sorts of stuff. So send us whatever makes sense to you, and you'll find the best metrics.
Somebody's asking how would they send a pallet or Gaylord books to you?
So the golden rule of the book program is it has to ship on a pallet. It can either be in a Gaylord, which is those big triple walled cardboard boxes that you see that the bulk books come in, and other things come in like the pumpkins or the fruit, watermelons at your grocery store. That's a Gaylord.
For your bulk program, do you accept multiples copies or no?
Yes. So the cool parts about the bulk program, the advantages, if you will, are one, the price gets locked in. So the consumer side, when you're building your cart, it's say $20. You log in today, it's $20, and then you log in a couple days, it's 19, 18, 17. That melting ice factor, that melting ice cube that we have, it's a call to action because most consumers are, they're scared they're going to miss out and it's going to go to zero. And us fellow entrepreneurs, we're going to take that $20, maybe it gets down to 19. We're going to act on it, right? That's why we're successful people. We actually follow through with what we have. The consumers, they need sometimes a little kick, right? So we have that price, that call to action. Bulk people, though, we know it takes a while to fill up a Gaylord. It's an 800, 900,000 items sometimes. So those prices get locked in. For two, we allow multiple copies, not unlimited, but every item has its own inventory kind of threshold. So some are 2, some are 5, some are 10 quantity, et cetera, et cetera. Every book, every ISBN has its own little hurdle. And then lastly, we're much more relaxed on the condition guidelines. So thus, we don't need books that have the CDs or DVDs or supplements or access codes, et cetera, et cetera. So you can really be beat up on the bulk end and we'll still buy it 9 times, even 95 out of 100 times. So whereas the consumer end, you're going to see some more rejects. So and so it either ships on a Gaylord on a pallet or a bunch of boxes stacked up to make like the similar size of a Gaylord.
Gotcha.
So,
Sanders asking if this program works for children's books. It's amazing for children's books and fiction in general. Generally, fiction, it sells fast on Amazon, but it doesn't sell for enough profit to warrant sending it to Amazon. But Bill will pay you 25 cents for a book that otherwise you would get to Goodwill, and he'll cover shipping for that. So that's where it really adds up over time. Bill, do you have any advice for people when it comes to flea markets, maybe on the purchasing end, or is it worth potentially like setting a booth up? What's like your honest opinion on flea markets and tapping into because I've never really heard of people doing that except for you. And I think that could be an opportunity that the community could take advantage of.
So I think flea markets have an abundance of an opportunity, but it has to be the right one where, you're inside. That was the detriment of Pennyworth, is that, I would drive thousands of miles across the country to these events. My events had hundreds of thousands of people, right? So a little different from the flea market that might only get, 1,000 or 2,000 for a weekend. It can still be a viable part of your business, but again, that could be in your backyard too. So cost pound for pound, you're driving 10 minutes down to the, next town over. It's a lot different than renting a box truck and driving to LA or Miami or Tucson, the 3 farthest places I would go. Much more different costs associated, right? But believe it or not, in Tucson and in LA, I experienced rain. And it's like you only have the hours of the events are so sacred where, even a half a day of rain could blow up the event. And, you do everything right. You make the right connections for sourcing items. You get the right buy price. You get the right locations on site. You get the right terms to pay. I paid that night most times, like at the end of the event. And then it rains. And it's like, okay, I'm a week and a half of my life is gone between packing, loading, transportation, 2 or 3 days to LA, a day for setup, 2 or 3 days for the event, and then reverse on the way back. And then when you get home, you got to unload and do it again. And for the pleasure of 10 days to 2 weeks of my life gone, I've lost $4,000, $5,000. I'm not even in the black. I'm still negative, all because it rained, right? And so that it's real tricky. So you want to make sure you have really tight costs and a really buttoned up system where you're maximizing space vertically. That said, I think that local events like that, if they can even just be a break-even part of your business, you're getting rid of books and you're connecting with folks that everybody's there. Almost everybody, let's call it 99 out of 100, has books. And those people that have books, I would say some of the books are a burden. So if you have a flyer or have a handout or have a great value add to them, all you're doing then is turning a way to casually take your afternoon and turn some duds into a break-even cash. But you're expanding your other part, you're expanding your sourcing, right? So you can call it, hey, I'm having fun networking with people, but I'm helping my intake, right? And that's how I would use that type of vehicle. The thrift, what are they called?
I zoned out.
Yeah. The little area that you're selling, the
Yeah,
flea market,
booth.
flea market.
Okay.
Yeah, the booth. Your local booth, you can turn it into a a sourcing as opposed to selling. So yeah, glad I'm having everybody.
All right, I'm gonna put you on a little bit of fire. I have sent
Yeah.
in to sell back your book only to get an email stating that you are no longer accepting the book. And yes, the book wasn't in good sellable condition. Why? You approved it a week, and it's not fair by the time it gets to you. Real quick, I'll put a disclaimer out there. This happens probably with all buyback companies, but it happens far less with sell back your book. All right, you can answer now.
I'm very sorry it happened. You can always email customer service, which is super responsive. We're like a 4.8 out of 5 or something on Trustpilot and all the whatever's A plus or A on Better Business Bureau or A in the A's. And stuff fluctuates. So right now we're B plus. I'm sorry. Okay, like maybe yesterday or last time I checked, we were a little higher. And maybe in a week or two we'll be there again. But just we take it very seriously. We do the best we can. And you can always email customer service and have somebody take a second look. And they'll happily do that because nobody's perfect. We have lots of new folks in the warehouse every week or every month. We help lots of underprivileged people in the local area work and keep a job. And again, nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. We are all doing the best we can. So, but somebody will happily look at it a second chance and they will mail it back to you if need be. I think we make you pay for the postage on that part of it. But again, if you get it back and you'd be like, this is still pretty good, then you got a beef. And again, nobody's perfect and it happens. And I'm very, very sorry it happened, but it does happen to all sorts of buybacks. And it could just be that it was suspect on, a bad book we don't want to deal with too, because it happens as well. So stuff is constantly added to all the lists that we can't touch. And it's a nuance of the world. So.
Oh, we got a good question. Yeah, what's your biggest struggle when growing Sell Back Your Book as a company?
Scale and cash flow. What folks don't realize is that when you're a one-person operation or a limited crew of 4 or 5, you can move really fast and you can pivot and be nimble and do lots of things really quickly. And if you see an opportunity, you can sprint to the next area. When you get to 20, 30, 50 people, you have to move slower. It's just administratively, you have to have meetings, you have to talk about stuff. There's costs. When you have a couple in your warehouse, like let's say 4 or 5 people, now you need somebody to manage those 4 or 5. When you get to 10 or 20, you need 2 managers. You need a janitor, things that you don't even think of. You need a general manager in your warehouse to manage all these people, somebody to manage the managers. So this layering up that you need comes in time, and it's never advisable to push to want to get there. It has to come organically and at the right feeling where you have enough resources to do so.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on, Bill. If they have questions, it's the best place to reach out to you via email. Can they slide in the DMs?
I don't check Instagram as much as I should, and I'm trying to be better about posting. I just had a trip last week, and I didn't even post any good pictures, and it was a book event, and I really should have. I would just say on Facebook, I'm in the groups. You can tag me there. You can email me, bill@sellbackyourbook.com. If you liked this opportunity and like hearing me talk, tell everybody. If you didn't like it, my name is Caleb, and I'll be talking again later, but I'll work a little different.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Bill.
By pumping. All right. Thank you all. I really, really appreciate it. And
100%.
30, I'll be sitting here watching and pumping some iron.
All right.
Thank you all.
Up next, we have Vishal, who he's doing like 700,000 a month in Canadian. Is it Canadian dollars? Whatever they have up there. So I think that's between 400 and 500,000 USD. We'll just say 400,000 to be safe. He's younger than me. I believe he's 24, 23. And absolute hustler, super, super smart kid. I know a ton of you guys have questions about bulk books. I'm not the qualified one to answer them because my experience with bulk books is a storage unit in Nashville, Tennessee that I was like basically living next to. And it wasn't failed, but I like to travel too much. So I stopped doing that. But I had a lot of good experiences with huge trucks driving around town. And I literally gave like a few thousand books to a used bookstore next to me, and they paid me in what looked like Monopoly money, and I would just go buy a bunch of books from them. So great opportunity. It was fun, but Vishal is much more qualified than me, and I'll bring him on right now. So let me pin you first. Add pin.
Hello.
Boom. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good. How is everyone? Avery, you need to enable screen share.
Yeah. Rustum, if you could enable his screen share, if I can beat you to it. Oh, no, I got to do that. 1 second. Settings. Share screen. Multiple participants. Okay, see if you're able to. Oh, no, hold on. Boom. You should be able to.
Yeah, it works. It works.
Okay. I think Rustum might have to grab your screen. Boom. All right, we're good to go.
Perfect. 1 sec. Let me just set this up.
Yep. You're in Vancouver, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, in Metro Vancouver. Yeah.
Yeah, we have quite a few
hello,
Canadians
everyone.
in here, so be careful what you share.
Sorry?
We have quite a few Canadians in here, so be careful what you share. They might
that's fine.
creep up on you. All right, I'm gonna let you take it away.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vishal, and you can find me on Instagram under the handle Van City FBA. I'm the co-founder of a bulk book business based out of British Columbia, Canada, along with my partner Manroop. We started off our book selling journey with online textbook arbitrage, and then we moved into cherry picking, and then eventually we got into bulk books. I think that's like the most standard like transition for most booksellers. We currently process over 200,000 pounds of books a week, and for anyone wondering, that's roughly 240 gaylords of books, anywhere from 200 to 240 gaylords of books a week. So we have a warehouse staff of 19 full-time employees, and we operated out of a total 14,000 square foot of warehouse space. For those of you that are interested more in our startup story, Manroop and I talked about it on episode 23 of Books and Bourbon with David and Matthew. I shortened the link to the episode on YouTube right on the slide. I want the focus of this presentation to be on those currently doing baby bulk or thinking about doing larger bulk pickups. A lot of these methods could also be implemented for those that are still cherry picking. So the first point I have is, and this is something I feel really strongly about, is taking a hybrid approach to your Amazon book selling business. A hybrid approach is when a bookseller utilizes FBA and merch fulfilled as a part of their business. In my opinion, this is the best way to stay prepared for any changes Amazon throws at you. And for those of you that are wondering, our business is currently 50% FBA and 50% merch fulfilled. I think the biggest reason this is important because the fee structure has dramatically changed for Amazon FBA in the last few months. The cost of sending in a mistake to Amazon has increased, and this is because of higher removal and disposal costs. And another tip I have is for everyone to use the liquidation option whenever you can. We just recently liquidated 15,000 items, and what we noticed with liquidations is that about 70 to 80% of the items you create a liquidation order for will actually get liquidated, and the rest will just go back into your inventory. And another thing I noticed is after the liquidation fees and the reimbursement you get, it averages out to about zero. So it actually doesn't cost you anything. So as long as you're trying to remove your inventory, I would always resort to liquidating the item first. Unless that dud in your inventory is somehow worth more than $2 to you, then you can get it removed. but that's probably unlikely. And I have a screenshot on the bottom left. So the reason I'm showing this is because long-term storage fees like recently went from 365 days to 270 days to 180 days on April 15th. And this is important because, so in this screenshot, we don't get charged storage fees for the items over 365 days because we have auto removals. So Amazon will never charge us for over 365 days. And that's the most expensive bracket out of all of this. But what happened was on March 15th, we were getting charged for the items over 270 days. And as of April 15th, we're now getting charged for the items also in the 181 to 270 days. And that essentially resulted in an increase of about $700 a month going forward, all because of this one small Amazon policy change. And the last point I'd like to make, and FBA inventory should mainly be for items that you're confident you can sell within 90 days. And this is because Amazon has consistently shown that a 90-day sell-through is a period they're going to look at when it comes to things such as like the inventory performance index. And this is also what's considered whenever they're allocating capacity during Q4. They'll start with like 120 days, and then as things get lighter, they lower it to 90 days and sometimes even 60 or 70 days. So how do you decide if you should MF or FBA an item if we're going to do the hybrid approach? The approach we first started off by using is any item with less than 10 sales would automatically get routed to Merch Fulfilled. This is inventory that's most likely to stay in your inventory for longer than 90 days and incur long-term storage fees or removal costs down the road. If you're cherry picking, you probably shouldn't be picking up items below this level anyways. But if you are doing bulk, the inventory is already paid for. So it's in your best interest to make sure you monetize even the long tail books. The next point is if the FBA target price and MF target price are equal, we would route this to Merch Fulfilled. And this is because FBA items incur inbound shipping costs, and they also don't go active for a period of 1 to 2 weeks after you send them out. With Merch Fulfilled, the benefit is that the item goes active immediately the moment you list it, and you basically have a 2-week head start. And if it's a fast moving book, it can sell within a day. And then the last point seems like an obvious one, but if Merch Fulfilled profit is greater than FBA, we send that to Merch Fulfilled. And this happens pretty frequently on a lot of heavier books that have a significantly higher FBA fee. So I understand a lot of people don't have time to ship out Merch Fulfilled orders or go to the post office. So like one strategy we adopted when we first started out was to only list items on the shelves that have like over an X dollar amount of profit, and that amount all depends on you. That was what makes it feel worth it to pack those orders like every time you get 5 to 10 orders. And this is exactly how we started, because the first 20,000 items we listed on our Merch Fulfill shelves were all long tail books with higher profit that we did not want to FBA. And it feels good every time you have to pack 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 10 orders, knowing they're all going to make you $10. So I want to move on to like how much space do you truly need to start a small Merch Fulfilled operation. And in this example, I tried breaking down a scenario for sorting about 1,000 books on your shelves. So that's a picture of the shelving we use. And then each section of our shelving, which we'll refer to as a bay, is 3 feet wide and roughly 8 feet tall. And each bay consists of 8 shelves, and each bay fits roughly 280 books. All of our shelving is double-sided, meaning each bay roughly fits 560 books. And in order to store 1,000 books, you'll need 6 feet of shelving, and you would preferably want it to come with adjustable shelving so you can maximize the number of shelves you have in one bay. And on the next slide, I have a potential layout for everyone to follow. So this slide basically shows how much space the shelving will actually end up taking. So 2 bays of shelving will result in a total of 6 feet of shelf space. The width of the shelf should be around 2 feet so we can put books on both sides of the shelf. You will also need at least 3 feet of aisle space so you can pick books comfortably. And then if you put this all together, we have a rectangle of 8 feet by 6 feet, and we can round it up to a total of roughly 50 square feet of space required. This slide is basically just to put in perspective that you can get started and scaled up based on how much space you have. I think the most important part with this is the adjustable shelves, so you can use your space wisely. Our first go at Merch Fulfilled years back basically involved using shelving that we bought off Uline, and it was that like wire shelving where you can adjust the spacing between the shelves. You might even be able to find that for cheaper on Facebook Marketplace. And then what we did to separate the two sides is we just put cardboard down the middle so that the books wouldn't go on the other side. And just to wrap things up here are some like quick tips I have. So the Book Flipper has like a whole tutorial for doing Merch Fulfilled if you're just starting out. In the video, there's two important parts: using raffle tickets, basically to track your inventory on shelves, and also incorporating the location of your books into the custom SKU prefixes. And then another tip is you need to ensure your shipping templates are set up correctly. I would set your shipping time to the max amount Amazon allows when first starting out. And I think this can be either 4 to 8 days or 5 to 10 days, depending on the location. And always have it at a 2-day handling time just to give you that extra buffer. I would also recommend always purchasing shipping through Amazon when first starting out, because you are protected from buyer complaints when it comes to shipping, and tracking requirements are automatically updated. You can use media mail or bound printed matter. I know a lot of people in the Facebook groups talk about bound printed matter, but you can use it, and it's also what a lot of the larger sellers use. So whatever the cheapest option is that Amazon shows, that's what you should go with. And the last point here, and I just want to touch on this because I know a lot of people ask in the Facebook group as well. So I'm sure everyone has seen like the $5.99 or lower Merch Fulfill listing on books. And the largest sellers have like shipping rates significantly cheaper than media mail. In some cases, $1 to $2 less. So like if anyone is wondering, it would take about $300, $400 a day before getting shipping rates or even entertaining with one of the companies that provide those shipping rates. And also repricing for Merch Fulfilled is a lot different than FBA. One strategy that I would recommend just to keep things simple is just go against a higher offer if the item has a good sales rank, and just price against the first or second offer if the item's a slower mover. Another strategy I think every bookseller can employ is selling CDs and DVDs on Amazon. So like as we grow, a question we ask ourselves a lot is how we can utilize our existing contact/network to grow our business. And a simple answer for us was to start selling media, because every single spot we buy books from also produces media items. And like currently media is about 25 to 30% of our business. I think incorporating media with an FBA business model is great, because all media items are light and qualify under the lowest fulfillment cost of $3.22. And this is less than it would actually cost you to ship the media item Merch Fulfilled. So on the bottom right, I have a screenshot basically showing the profitability of a $7.99 DVD on Amazon, and there's still $1.76 left over. I bet if you were to do the same math for a book and use the fulfillment cost for the average book, you would probably be, or likely be, in the negative with the $7.99 average selling price. So I'm not saying you want to go for a $7.99 selling price. It's just to show that the floor and potential for lower price medium items is a lot higher. And I think another reason media is good to incorporate into your business model is because Amazon is now using FBA capacity limits instead of unit limits. You can fit more media items per cubic feet than books. And this could be a strategic way to use tight capacity limits down the road as we head into Q4. You will need to get ungated to sell media. And I think you do need to have a little bit of selling history before you do apply. When we got ungated a few years back, we used a company called Alliance Entertainment. But I hear a lot of people talking about christianbooks.com in the Facebook groups. I haven't confirmed whether that site works myself, but I have heard it works. So that is an option as well. So I want to briefly touch on like just software tools you could use for your Amazon business. My first tip is to like not overcomplicate it. What you need from a software is likely already out there. When we started to grow, I realized like Reprice It could not handle Like our inventory size, as it got larger, it was just taking way too long to reprice. So then I ended up creating our own repricer with a developer in India. It worked great, but today we no longer use the tool because we realized there was something out there that could accomplish essentially the same thing without all the maintenance required with your own software. So my take on scouting apps is that all tools will accomplish the same thing. It all comes down to personal preference. Make sure your scouting app corresponds with your pricing settings and your repricing settings. And we have our scanning tool settings basically set a target price that is exactly how our repricer will act. And an example of this is, I believe Scout IQ's triggers have a ceiling function that you can use to customize your triggers. It might be in the advanced features. And this is something that's important to us because we always want to ensure that we are accepting our books off a realistic FBA price. So an example of this would be if the lowest MF price is $7 and the used buy box and FBA price are $30, your scanning app will try setting it to 30. But you can set a custom ceiling where you could have it like, hey, don't go higher than $10 or 100%. So then instead of setting your FBA target price at $30, it'll just set it at $17, which still might not be what it actually sells at, but it's more realistic than $30. And this will also give you a more accurate profit figure on the dashboard where you see your results for the day. For repricing tools, I would recommend to be careful with instant repricers. For books, our experience has been that they tank prices pretty quickly. Books have less velocity than online arbitrage in other categories, and we find constantly repricing to be less important. Just be sure to use floors. We didn't use floors in our business the FBA side of our business for a very long time. And ever since we started using floors, we noticed our payout has been significantly higher. It's also helps you identify items that are at your floor, and you can see whether the price is tanked on them and whether you want to maybe add them into your next liquidation in order to get them out of your inventory. And then for listing, use GoToLister because Avery is the best. In all seriousness, though, it's hard to find software in early stages where you could text the founder directly. If you have a good idea for the software, Avery and his team are likely to add those features if they think it would actually help the other people using it as well. So you can be part of the future there.
Appreciate that.
I'm just going to give some quick tips on bulk books to wrap things up because I know Omer touched on a lot of things in the previous stream. You can find a link to that, I think, on YouTube. So our first experience with bulk books was when a supplier allowed us to scan books in their warehouse using their own equipment. And this is like the ideal way to start out because we did not have to jump into Gaylords or deal with duds. We would just leave the warehouse with boxes full of only accepts inventory that we could send directly to Amazon. Eventually, we were no longer allowed to keep scanning and had to get a storage unit to start receiving ply. And this was due to like the liability issues of being in the supplier's warehouse, and they just weren't okay with it anymore. Another tip I have is to prioritize quality over quantity. The same sources everyone is after also seem to be the most popular. Therefore, they're more picked over and they're also lower quality. So as a business, we shifted our entire focus to smaller suppliers that in some cases only produce 5 to 6 Gaylords a month, but we find their quality to be 2 to 3x better in some cases. And the reason I say that is because when we first started out, we didn't really even entertain a supplier unless we were receiving trailer loads from them. But now as we're growing, we just found a company that offers us the smaller box trucks at like a pretty good price. So we even do smaller local pickups if we can. Lastly, I would recommend targeting the local community. We just recently started a website for our business so we can advertise the donation bins we have along with doing local pickups. This is because there's no better supply than the books you can get straight from someone's house. And that's what everyone is after. In the top right, we have a picture of a trailer with about 20 Gaylords of books. This would, in most cases, would only be considered half a trailer, but because the supplier is local, we do just get it more frequently. At scale, you will need some sort of material handling equipment, like a forklift or a loading dock if you have a warehouse. And the bottom right is 1 out of 4 of our hydraulic Gaylord dumpers that we got made from a local welding and fabrication company. essentially all the books tip onto a table, and that makes it more efficient for you to scan through the books. And that's a wrap.
Perfect.
Thank you to everyone for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Drop some ones in the chat for some love for Vishal. Thanks for sharing all that. I'm sure we have way too many questions for you to answer than you have time to answer, but we do have 10 minutes. So let's rock and roll real quick. Shout out to everyone dropping the one. We got Pimp Rogers, Mark Johnson, Joel. I can't even read the names. They're coming in so fast. Okay, we'll dive into it. If you guys have questions and we haven't gotten to them yet, just copy and paste them and we'll get to them ASAP. Okay, wow. Too many people are asking questions. Being 50-50 hybrid, how do you handle fourth quarter restock capacity limits?
Well, so that's the best part, right? So the purpose of the 50-50 hybrid approach is to prepare for when Amazon tightens their limits, and that usually always happens during Q4. So if you realize you can't send any more inventory to FBA and you already have your merch fulfill shelving set up, you would simply just need to set your trigger so you're allocating more inventory over to merch fulfilled. And that can, I guess, with these softwares, it can all be done at the press of a button.
Yeah. Thomas is asking, do you sell on other platforms besides Amazon? And if so, which ones do you recommend besides the obvious, which is eBay?
Yeah, so we're on Amazon, eBay, A-Books, and Biblio right now. We'll probably add a Librisyn soon as well.
Nice. And what out of those, do you have like any insight on which ones you get the most sales on?
It's Amazon and eBay for sure.
Okay, but like the next one, what would be the next biggest? Is there
Amazon, eBay, A-Books, then Biblio. Biblio is by far the smallest.
Okay. Do you sell back your book at all? Says Harry.
We used to, but yeah, our business model is a bit different. We used Sellback your books for the longest time, and I think like at our peak, we were sending them like 30 Gaylords a week. So
That's awesome.
the accept rate was really high, about 15 to 20% per Gaylord you'll probably get for Sellback your books.
We got a good question here from Leslie. She's like, can you talk a little bit more about repricers and how to not tank prices?
So make sure you have floors set in place. The instant repricers, I know a lot of the repricers out there are instant repricers, at least the ones today that seem to be the most popular. If you're using Reprise It is not an instant repricer, so you just set a schedule 4 or 5 times a day or whatever it is. In terms of not tanking prices, if the FBA price is supported by a good MF price, I think that book is more likely to hold its floor. And just make sure you have profit floor set in place. Don't let it fall below a $1 or $2 profit.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you can't really control what's going to happen on the marketplace. Just make sure your pricer is set up to ignore people who just started on Amazon or have less than like a 80% feedback rating or like 5 feedback. I think that might help as well.
Son says, how do you condition so many books?
So we list everything as good.
Gotcha. That's what I do too. Have you ever tried doing like new, very good?
So when we first started off in our cherry picking days, we did do like new and very good as well. But now we only do, for FBA, we only do good, but for merch fulfilled, we separate it in good and acceptable. But it's a very quick scan. Like you just feel the book and you can tell.
Gotcha. Did you already answer the question? What do you do with your duds?
Yeah, so we send them to a recycler.
Okay.
We have recyclers out in Washington State, and we also export to India, which is a bit more complicated to set up, but if you have a good contact, it can work. So
Nice.
we export it to India, and I think they use it for like paper boards out there.
Nice. Renee says, can you name some suppliers?
So I'll name the obvious ones that you can basically find. I'm sure you source from a Goodwill. I'm sure you source from a Salvation Army. I'm sure you source from Savers. Those are the big obvious ones that everyone already knows about.
Yep. And what do you recommend for someone like if they're in a medium to large size city and they want to get into bulk? Do you recommend calling those places? How would you approach that?
I think I mentioned that in the slide as well. I would recommend starting with the thrift stores that maybe have only 1 or 2 locations, because they're likely to only be producing maybe 5-6 Gaylords a month. And I'd assume there's also less people calling them, so it might be easier to get your foot in the door. whereas some of the larger companies might only want to deal in trailer loads. But
Right.
I do hear we're in Canada, so it's a bit different, but I do hear in the US, like Goodwill sells individual gaylords and stuff too. I know they don't do that here, but I guess it might be a little different there.
Yeah. I will be posting this Zoom on YouTube afterwards and the Discord. Do you use condition notes at all? You probably just use a generic condition note?
Yeah, it's just a standard one. We never change it.
Nice. If there's way less population in the country we're in, where we live, should we focus on sourcing way lower best sales rank? Not really sure how that came to be.
Yeah, I saw that when the Zoom call first started. So I think the person was in Australia, and he said that Australia was like 13
okay, yeah.
smaller.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's the same approach for Canada. Canada's just 10x smaller than the US, so a 3 million sales rank. It's not the exact math, but you can assume it's 300,000, and it works pretty well if you do that.
Gotcha. Chris says, are you integrating counterfeit lists to help identify counterfeits in your receiving process? Are you sending to ePeg for help in identifying? Putting you on the spot there.
No, we're not doing that. No, we don't have any lists in our software or anything that will like identify likely counterfeits. We are restricted in popular textbooks on Amazon, so most of them won't get listed anyways. But the textbooks we are allowed to list, we do sell those on Amazon if we can.
Awesome. Thomas says, do you only sell on .com and .ca or other marketplaces as well?
We sell on Amazon.com and Amazon.ca, and then we sell on eBay, A-Books, and Biblio, but we're only on the .com side for those.
Gotcha. FBA question, do you polybag any of your books or just ship in as is?
No polybag.
Yeah.
Just label.
I agree. That's a waste of time. Also, if you guys do have restricted books, you can send them to restrictedinventory.com. That's my service. We'll sell them for you at a 50-50 split, net profits. And Vishal is actually one of our biggest consigners, if not the biggest. Other questions, guys? We got Vishal for 3 more minutes. Do you own your own trailers or do you use someone else's?
No, we have local carriers that we work with.
Okay.
We have discussed buying a trailer that we can keep at our docks for storage, but
Yeah.
we only have 2
good tax
docks.
write-off.
Yeah.
How about buying in bulk sources? I'm not sure what that question is. Wonderful presentation, says Leslie. Someone says, so let me get this straight. You mail your books with no packaging, just a label attached. Yeah, you put the FBA label on, F and SKU, and you ship it to Amazon FBA. Let's see what else. Biggest mistake you've made whilst trying to grow your bulk book business?
I don't know if this is a mistake, but one thing we realized within the last couple of months is that bigger is not always better. So we've kind of tried squeezing out more profit out of the supply we already have and spending more time processing the stuff we're already getting, just to be more profitable and just trying to squeeze more efficiency out of the operation. Like in the last 2-3 years, really all we cared about was getting more supply, processing as many trailer loads as we could. And that's something we're trying to shift away from now.
Gotcha. How do you find out what the alphabet means? FBA, FBM, MF, etc. If you don't know what any of those mean, just go to starthumble.com. That's my free course. I break down how to sell books from scratch. On FBM, do you include a packing slip?
We include the ticket that's in the book that tells us where the location of the book is, and it basically just has some
Gotcha.
information about the book.
You don't have to include
We don't print a separate packing slip though.
Gotcha. Do you use the Cash Monkey system, something similar, or do you have employees manually scanned? Says Thomas.
Yes, for half of our business.
What's your minimum
use Cash.
score for a book you send to FBA? Do you know that off the top?
I would say it's 10 to 12 in that range.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you so much, Vishal. Hopefully one day you'll speak at an in-person event. It was a pleasure having you. Great presentation. Thanks for putting that together. Do you have any last words for people? Everyone can go follow Vishal on Instagram. We'll drop his link below. Give him a follow. Let's get him up. I don't know where he's at currently, but let's try to get him up 30 followers at least.
Thanks, Avery. Yeah, you can just send me a message on Instagram and I'll respond pretty quickly. I'm always on my phone, so.
Awesome. Sweet. All right, brother.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. See ya. All right. Up next, we have a man who has so much knowledge when it comes to selling rare books on Amazon. I've been to his house. He's got books. He's got artwork all over his house. He actually sold $30,000 worth of books, 100% profit margin in one day because somebody called him and they said, hey, there's this golf course and there's a bunch of books near the dumpster near the golf course. I think that might be something you're into. And he said, heck yeah, I'm into that. He drove to the golf course, picked up all the books, put them on. I don't even know how the heck he found a buyer, but he sold them pretty quickly, made $30,000 profit. This is a man that we all text, everyone in the book selling community. We text him. We let him know he's on IG. We ask him, hey, is this book valuable? And he's like, send the pictures of the back of the book, of the front of the book, of the middle of the book. He wants to see videos of the book. This guy knows how to identify a rare book and how much profit and how much it's going to sell for. So welcome, Max, wherever you are. I got to find you real quick. And Max is going to share some pro tips, and we'll get into some Q&A with him. Let's see where he's at. Max, if you want to like wave your hand like a maniac so I can find you. There he is. Boom. All right, let me get you to, I'll add you as a pin. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Always good to see you, Avery. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we hear you fine.
Always
Likewise,
good
brother.
to see you. Always good to talk with you. I think the last time we shared a meal, we closed down a sushi restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was in the little room that you're in right now. Are you in the little room between your garage and your main house?
Yeah. I call it the rare book room.
Yeah. And your whole house should be called the rare book room because there's books everywhere.
Thank you for the kind words too. And talking about that golf deal. That was a very special deal, once in a lifetime kind of deal.
Yeah.
Right place, right place, right time. I guess I'm the only person who's specifically and solely an eBay seller here, but that doesn't mean that I don't work with a lot of Amazon sellers, a lot of small Amazon sellers, and a lot of giant Amazon sellers, because what I like to do is find those rare books, those books without barcodes that are in those Gaylords, and trying to maximize the profits for those Amazon sellers. And because it doesn't have a barcode most of the time, these books are just getting tossed or recycled. Some of the bigger sellers now do eBay, but it ends up being a time issue. The advantage that I have, like you pointed out earlier, is you can send me this picture of a spine of a book, and I can tell you something about that book, the value, the history of that book, pretty instantly. I get well over 500 pictures and videos on my phone a day, have to empty it out every night. And it's just pictures of books all day long. And I thumbs up them or thumbs down them, or we talk a little bit about the books. But the whole purpose of it is to make money from books that don't have barcodes. And I've been doing that for selling on eBay for about 6 years now, but primarily focused on reaching out to Amazon sellers for about 2 years. Caleb Roth, of course, and Matthew were big inspirations for me. Being on their podcast twice was a big help and a big jump for my business. I think the final numbers I did last week that I have consigners in 32 of the 50 states in this country, and I actually have a couple in Canada as well. And the phone just rings all day, all night. And it's all about books, which is very exciting for me. I love the book business, as you know, Avery. I love being around books. But I do like selling the expensive ones, and those are the ones we're trying to find. I call this paper gold all the time because it literally is finding paper gold when you can find these books.
Yep. We got someone asking, can we send them to like Romer's textbook business?
Yes, as far as I understand, I think like Romer, I have to approve them ahead of time. I need to know what you're sending ahead of time. That's why I get pictures all the time. I approve books all day long. And when those sellers either get a few boxes of books for me, they send them right to me. I get them at my door. Sometimes I get a Gaylord of books. Sometimes I get pallets of books.
Yeah,
If you follow, if you
Max's
follow me
IG
and
is below. Give him a follow, guys. Hit him up on
Yeah,
Instagram. You can literally
if you
DM him
follow my
pictures.
IG, you'll definitely see I got about 2 months ago, I got 2 pallets of books from Pennsylvania. Both of them were 12 feet high, and it was all art books. It was a single art book collection. So that's sort of what I'm after is going after people's collections. I hear a lot every day about how Goodwill is no good anymore, or Salvation Army isn't good, or Savers. And what I think all the time is you need to get the books before they go to Goodwill, before they go to Savers, before they go to Salvation Army. And the way to target that, for me and my vantage point, is one, you need to place ads in newspapers. That's the way you target the older community. Small local newspapers, you can place an ad that you buy books, or you're a bookseller, and you can place an ad for $25 a month. And that $25 a month is going to be way less than the gas you're going to spend hopping from Goodwill to Salvation Army around your local cities. That way you're going right to the people's homes, and you're going to get the books before they're donated anywhere else, and you'll get first crack at it. The second thing that I always think about, and this happened to me today, is if you're a seller, especially if you're a new seller, make contacts and make relationships with companies that clean out houses. This is one of the best ways to find the best books, because I got a call this morning that books needed to be unloaded from a hoarder's house 10 miles north of me, and they did not know how many boxes of books there was going to be, because the team and the crew were just loading them up in the garage. And when I went to the house, I ended up loading up 35 boxes of books today, free pickup, and I have to go back on Friday for 110 more boxes. And that's all because it's a clean out company. It was a hoarder's house. And so these books are not even going to get donated yet until I get to see them. And, I didn't even know what kind of books they were, but, when you get a call like that, you got to jump on the hustle part of this business, which, a lot of people won't do. But I think a good portion of this business is actually hustling and making connections with people, and sometimes going to people's houses when you may not be in the mood to go to people's houses to look at books, because you never know what you're going to find.
Yep. Would you be willing to look at a book live on this call? We have somebody in
Of
here.
course, yeah.
We have somebody in here
I
who's got a J.R.R. Tolkien book.
Mhm.
TJ, I'm gonna bring TJ on real quick.
I think the last time I did this, Caleb, I did this on Caleb's podcast, and he bombarded me with pictures. I think I have PTSD from that.
All right, let's see. TJ, if you want to raise your hand or something so I can find you. I'm navigating on browser, so it's different.
You can tell me what the book is. I can try to figure out the edition if you want.
Yeah, I think he's got it near him. If I can find
There
it.
it goes.
Oh, boom.
So
What's up?
I found this early in my book business career. Actually, my wife did. And from the research that we found, when The Lord of the Rings was coming out, she went to a couple different companies to find out who was going to be the producer of her books. This was the company that lost out. So what we have is we still have the original box,
Mm-hmm.
Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, and it has, the authorized edition. And these books here that we have, they're paperback, they've been read.
Right.
They all have different covers.
Can I see the spine, please? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, those are the Ballantine editions. You have to keep in mind two things. that the first editions of Tolkien books are going to be British editions, not American editions.
Right.
And the books came out one at a time. So that is a box set where after all 3 books came out, probably in the late 70s, early 80s, then Ballantine picked up the publishing rights and did a box set like that.
Right. So what would the box set like this be worth?
I would say that is worth between $50 and $100 depending on condition. And part of the condition also is the inside of that box.
Yeah, no, I mean the box is actually really good. You could tell it was dropped at one time in the corner here.
Yeah, the one box set that seems to get a lot of money, it's got a gold color to it, and it has 4 volumes in it, I believe, not 3.
Okay,
Just keep in mind they came out one at a time originally.
Right. Well, no, I definitely know that. And, you know, because I find these all the time, you know, the white boxes, you know, and stuff like that. Those are normal, and I sell those all the time on eBay.
Yeah, they're
But
worth
I
very
still
good
haven't
money.
come across these covers.
Yeah, no, I've seen them before.
Yeah.
You can
So I appreciate
probably do a Google image search on that and you'll see them pop up.
I appreciate that. I've just been holding on to it because it's just cool.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, if you guys ever have questions about books, literally just message Max. He'll help you out. Let me unpin him. What are the characteristics that make a Bible valuable?
That's a great question. I just answered this the other day in another podcast. I get a lot of questions about and pictures on Bibles from the 1800s. And Bibles from the 1800s are not that rare. They're very common, in fact. Anytime you can find the Bible, one from the 1700s, even the 1600s, you're going to be in a higher value range. But the 1800s is very common. But also one thing to look at is who illustrated the Bible. There are some illustrators that people solely collect. And the number one illustrator that people collect is a man named Gustave Doré, D-O-R-E. He also did Paradise Lost, did John Milton's works. But people collect Gustave Doré. So when you find the Bible illustrated by Gustave Doré, then you got a little bit more money on your hands too. I would also say this: the bigger the Bible, the more money it's going to be. There are some Bibles you'll find, maybe going back to what Bill had said, you can often find Bibles at flea markets, and people are selling them for $1 or $2. But if you ever see one with a metal clasp on it or 3 metal clasps, you're probably in the $300 to $500 range, depending on the illustrator and the year. Oftentimes these Bibles are also Roman numerals, so you got to do a little Google check on the Roman numerals. But the older the better. Don't always think the 1800s are good. And also Bibles from other countries and different languages. German Bibles are great. Spanish Bibles are great. Norwegian Bibles. Think outside the box than just the American Bible or the English Bible.
Gotcha. Can you see the group chat? Do you see the pictures?
Yeah, I see a Charles Dickens Oliver Twist. Yeah, that's a reprint edition. I can't really see the publisher. I don't know, Avery, can you see the publisher down low on that spine?
It says Globe. Is that a C? L-O-B-E? Globe or Globe?
Yeah, that's Globe, I believe, was a reprint house, and that's a reprinted edition. It's still a $10 to $15 book. It would be worth more, of course, with a dust jacket. Dust jackets are always vital with these types of books, because again, people are collecting the cover art and the cover artist of these staple titles: Charles Dickens, Jane Austen, Margaret
Gotcha.
Mitchell.
So reprints that's not going to be that valuable.
No, I mean, it's still a seller. I mean, I sell these kinds of books in my store every day. I always sell the staples. I always sell what I call the best sellers of literature. People are always going to buy Jane Austen books. People are always going to buy Charles Dickens novels. People are always going to buy Gone with the Wind. If I had 1 million copies of Gone with the Wind, I can sell one a day for the next 1,000,000 days. They're always going to buy it.
Jason says, while advertising in a local paper, what categories would you choose out of the service directory?
Say that again to me, Avery. Let me.
Did you mention something about advertising in the local paper?
Small local papers, yes.
Okay, what categories would you choose out of the service
Oh.
directory?
For sale, the for sale section, or, you know, they all have a little classified section in the back. You get like a 1-inch ad, and all my ad says is, I buy books, just call me. And that's how it all starts. And the beauty of that is you're going right into the person's home. You don't know what they've collected for all those years. And I'm going to tell you that 50% of the time, I'm very happy I went. And that's all it takes. I mean, you know this. I don't know if everybody else knows this. I'm a former high school teacher. I taught for 18 years. And I got out just about 2.5 years ago, and I haven't looked back since. And I'm just selling books full time now.
Yeah, that's awesome. So Karen's asking, what about something like the Book of Mormon in Arabic, things like that?
Yeah, that's a beautiful. The more rare, the more niche the title, the better the sell. It's sort of the opposite of the Amazon e-score. I want the books that would probably have an e-score of 2. That are very hard sellers that you guys would consider long tail. I don't consider them long tail. I sell sort of rare books and hard to find books every day.
So it would have an e-score of 2, but it would also have like a supply of 0 or a supply of 2. Like there wouldn't be that many offers.
Right. There wouldn't be that many. And the Amazon seller who has that is going to price it at $1,400, of course, because they're the only seller. But that's not the way to really sell that book. That may be one of the advantages of eBay is eBay's a global business. So when my listers list the books that I give them to list, those listings are automatically global. And I'm selling internationally. I think I'm selling probably 20% of the books I sell daily are going international.
We got a good question from Thomas. He's asking about making a space for books in his house, and he's worried about humidity and stuff like that. What temperature do you recommend keeping, your space where you're holding these rare books?
Yeah, it depends on the region you live in. I'm in South Florida, so we have a high humidity rate. My temperature, I keep it 76 degrees. But let's be honest, books are made of paper. Paper's not supposed to last. We just want them to last until we can sell them. But I think if you just keep it cool, you use a dehumidifier, you won't have any issue.
Okay. What about dictionaries? Someone asked.
The older the better. Because the target audience for the older dictionaries are the people who study language and the etymology of the language, and they're looking for the breakdown of words, the history of words, even the Latin roots of words. So the older you get with dictionaries like the Bible, the better.
Kelly says, can you explain how to list books with yellowing speckles on the outer pages? No wear or damage, just normal old books.
Yeah, in my world, we call that foxing, Foxing. It's foxing. It doesn't bother me. A lot of people think it's rust, but it isn't rust. It's just what's made of the paper and the chemicals that books has lived with. Unless it's a really, really expensive book, I wouldn't worry about it. I would still list it on eBay. I take 10 to 12 pictures of each book, and I show the foxing most of the time of the book. But it's not a condition issue that I really worry about, unless someone is collecting books and they want the best condition of that book possible. Like the modern first edition collectors, they always want the near fine to very fine condition of books. But if we're dealing with a book from the 1820s, I'm expecting condition issues on these books.
Right. We got someone, Renee says, I'm a sex doctor and have the Kinsey sexual for male and female value only is what someone will pay for it. Value is only what someone will pay for it, right? You know about the Kinsey sexual for male and female?
Yeah. That book would be better if it was signed by one of the authors. It's a very common title. It depends on what edition they have. That has been reprinted many, many times and updated as well. So it depends on the edition that the person who's the prospective buyer is looking for. That book in the 1970s is different than that book in the 1950s.
Is it worth putting a dust cover if it's an old book?
That's a personal preference. I have old books all behind me. Some of them have Mylar wrappings, some of them don't. It all depends on if that book is breaking down and you want to save that dust jacket. If you have $1,000, if you have a first edition signed Stephen King book with a dust jacket, I would definitely protect that with a Mylar wrap.
What vinyls do you like to sell? Says Luke. Do you sell vinyls?
Rock and roll, jazz, the blues, and classic country.
Nice. Do those move
Yeah.
slower than books?
Yeah, it all depends on what you have. About a year ago, I had a consignor who sent me about 300 Blue Note vinyl records. If you know anything about jazz and you know Blue Note, that's the best stuff there is. And I don't think those lasted more than 45 days.
Deborah is asking, what do you pay people for their books when you do consignment?
Yeah, we do a 50-50 split after eBay fees.
Nice.
And once you develop a relationship with me and my business, then I pay half your shipping as well.
Awesome.
It's funny because I get boxes of books in every day. I don't know what my neighbors think sometimes, but there are 50-pound boxes of books coming right to my door every day from all over the country. And most of the time I'm paying half the shipping on that if I have a developed relationship with somebody.
Gotcha. We got another question similar, but for locals. When you go into someone's house to buy their books, how do you determine value? What do you pay them?
It all depends on what it is. Today I finalized a deal in Tucson, Arizona. I just made an IG about it, and it's about 1,100 books, but it's all Easton Press, Franklin Library, and Folio Society. It's 1,100. It's one person's collection. So I made an offer on that entire collection, also knowing that there was going to be costs of having them shipped to me and pallet costs and having them listed. So I made an offer that they did not take at first, and a week later, the person who beat me out on the offer did not end up taking the book. So I got the call if I was still good with it. And if you know anything about Easton Presses and Franklin Libraries, I'll have a 100% sell-through rate on these books. Every one of these books will sell. So I can't talk about the number of what I offered, but I made it very generous offer to get this entire collection. And they left Arizona today and heading now to South Florida.
Gotcha. So if somebody is going to offer money for rare books up front, it's probably going to be like 10 to 20% of the value, or do you just jump straight to consignment? Like if it's going to be like $1,000 book, are you going to?
I don't buy just one book at a time. I like to buy people's collections. I like to buy 300 books at a time. I like to buy 3,000 books at a time. For me to buy one book at a time, it has to be a $1,000 book or $5,000 book. But those $1,000 books happen to be in those collections of those houses I go to. So one of the things I do is, as a little tip or an education, is understand who the publishers are. If you're looking at books and every book is from Holt and Reinhardt, or every book is from William Morrow, these are common titles. But if you start understanding who the publishers are, and who the rare publishers are, who they publish only 2,000 of a book, when you start going to homes and seeing these publishers, then you're on the footsteps of a great collection. For those people who collect and read science fiction and horror, one of the best publishers is Arkham House. Very rare titles to find, but when you can find them, they're going to sell every day until it all runs out. And I had a collection of Arkham House that came to me from a consignor about a year ago, and probably had 300 Arkham houses were sitting in the Gaylord. And someone passed away. The collection went to a thrift store. The thrift store called my consignor if he wanted this collection of science fiction books. And he called me and said, do you want them? And we started business. So understanding not just eScore for Amazon sales, but also understanding publishers and who the rare book publishers are and who the common book publishers are is going to help you so much when you go to a thrift store or an estate sale. Because with my knowledge, I can go to an estate sale and I can know within 5 minutes the type of collection I'm looking at just by looking at the publishers.
Gotcha.
I'm not even looking at titles first. I'm looking at publishers.
Gotcha. Are you able to see this picture in the group chat from Dr. Rob? The Pilgrim's Progress.
I see, is that James Thurber?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I see a James Thurber picture.
If you can scroll down, maybe.
Yeah.
Uh,
I lose track here.
Manny
good with
had a
this.
book, but we also have one from iPhone. It's a Pilgrim's
Yeah, well,
Progress.
let's make it easier, Avery. Just pin me on Instagram, and anyone can send me pictures following this. And then I'll get back to them within an hour or 24 hours.
Okay, yeah. So shoot Max your pictures on IG. We got 4 minutes left for questions, and you don't charge a fee for inspecting them, do you? That's
Oh, no. In the end, I just want their books. I want to sell their books for them.
Yeah.
There's no fee involved.
Yeah, so no fee. Someone was asking. Okay, so we got someone says, Max, if you don't mind, Emily post The Personality of a House, first edition with Dust Jacket. Dust Jacket is not perfect.
That's a $40 to $75 book with a dust jacket.
Gotcha. Where in South Florida? You're just north of Fort Lauderdale, right? Or in?
Yeah, I'm in Deerfield Beach. Avery, you've been to my house twice, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but I just put it in the GPS and drive.
You built a Gaylord in my driveway.
Yeah. I forget, like I will move somewhere and I won't even know the directions because I just follow Apple Maps. Like I'm very much Gen Z in that way, millennial.
I like that comment that just popped up though.
What is
Be
it?
prepared. Be prepared. He's brutally honest. If it's not a good book, he'll tell you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true. I mean, I'm here to help you find the good stuff. I'm not here to make you feel good about the book that your grandmother left you. That's not what my business is.
Okay, we got a good question here. Someone is from it just went away from Canada, and they were asking like, what should they be looking out for to send you stuff, like to not waste your time? What kind of who was that? I think that was a question. Any suggestion what criteria I can quickly use to determine if a book is trash or treasure or could potentially be treasure?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not a one question, one answer, solution. I would say this, and I say this often, the more odd the subject matter, the better the book. So if someone sends me a picture and the book is called All About Snakes, and the publisher is Holt Reinhardt, that's nothing I'm going to be excited about. But if someone sends me a picture of a book and the spine says A History of Snakes in South Carolina from 1750 to 1845, now you have my interest. So the more specific, the smaller your niche is, then you're onto something.
Where would you try to find value for older book, no ISBN, German language?
Google Translator. I would use Google Translator, find out what the title is, pump that title into Google without the translator, and then you should be able to find something. I use Google Translator all the time. I mean, I have Chinese books and Japanese books and Hebrew book. I just got a Hebrew book collection, so my team is using Google Translator every day.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Max. They can follow you below. We got the IG.
I feel like we can go forever on this, Avery.
Yeah, we could. I feel so rushed with all the speakers. I gave everyone 30-minute slots, but it just flies by. So everyone drop a 1 in the chat for Max. Show him some love since we can't.
Thank you,
cheer for him.
everybody. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. And I see Bill. Thank you, Bill. I love
what's
talking
Bill
with
doing
Bill.
right now? I can't see Bill. You have to give me a visual.
He's still lifting weights. He's still lifting weights. Bill, I think Bill's response time and my response time we're neck and neck. I mean, he and I are very good at responding to people.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Max.
Thank you again, Avery. I love talking to you. You know that. Give me a call. Are you in Cuba now?
Not yet. I will be in a few hours, in about probably 8 hours. So.
All right. When you get back to the States.
No,
you
I'll be in
call
Cuba
me.
in like, what am I talking about? I'll be in Cuba in like 18 hours. I got my flight here at 11. So 3 a.m. Eastern time I leave.
All right. Well, call me when you get back to the States.
Yeah.
please.
Will do, brother. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
All right. Up next, we have a woman who started with books. And recently I saw her in person at Miami Sellers Conference. I saw her the very first year at Miami Sellers Conference. And I also saw her post on Facebook, and this is like, somebody who comments on my YouTube videos, my friends' YouTube videos, and it's nice to see people actually grow. She posted a picture of her sales, and I think she was doing like 40,000 plus in sales 1 month. I don't know what her sales are right now. They could be 100,000 plus, they could be 10,000, they could be 5,000, it could be 0. I don't know what they are right now, but I know at one point she was 40,000 in sales, and it's really cool to see people go from selling used books to basically selling everything. So let's welcome Dee Galato. Let me pull you up here. If you can make it easy for me and wave your hands, follow Bill's lead. There we go. Let me get you on here. We got Joji in the house too. All right, let's rock and roll. If you, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself, and I'm going to give you the floor. Thanks so much for coming on. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Boom.
Okay.
There you go.
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, because my computer's dragging a little. First and foremost, big round of applause for all the speakers. I'm telling you, the technical acumen, the energy, just everything. I'm blown away. I've been in conferences all day and my head is like a mush pot, but I am so flattered to be here. Thank you, Avery. If anybody had ever told me a couple of years ago that I would be presenting on a webinar with my #1 mentor, Avery Romer, the Romer Martin, I'd say, get the hell out of here. But here I am.
You're an inspiration. You're an inspiration to my mom. I'm like, whenever my mom has doubt, I'm like, look, Dee's doing it. You can do it too.
You want to hear some sickness? I'm old enough to be your mother's mother, so I'm old enough to be your grandmother. And the point of that is, this business is open to everybody. The way I tell people about Amazon, you would think I'm getting paid to recruit people to get my competitor base up to the maximum. I don't get jack from telling people about Amazon, but I want them to know that it is a road to freedom. You're going to work your ass off and you're going to sweat, but those pains at the end of the day are your pains to claim, own, and celebrate, not somebody else's like a boss at a job. So anyway, I started in March of 2019. My business was born after watching 2 weeks worth of YouTube of Avery, Steve Reagan, Caleb Roth, who could forget Caleb, Breezy, handful of people who I was immediately drawn to because they all had that entrepreneurial spirit. And what drew me to Avery was I was chained to a corporate office desk in a hospital. And here's Avery living out of his car like a nomad, traveling the country, making bank, suffering, succeeding, suffering, succeeding. And now look at him. We've got restrictedinventory.com to save those of us who end up with books we can't sell. And now we have GoToLister, which is turning out to be the premier listing program in the circuit. And pretty soon Jeff Bezos is going to be Avery's bitch. Sorry, Jeff. Avery's in town. So anyway, make a long story short, I watched the videos. I started selling books. I didn't wait until I knew every little thing. I just got a scanner. I got books. I went in the Salvation Army, scanned books, and started my business. Fast forward to the end of 2019, I had made 53,000 in sales. Very part-time because I was working a 50 to 60 hour week at the hospital. I got to the point where I couldn't go into the office one more day. I said, if I go in here one more minute, I am just going to kill myself. I swear to God, I have to find something. And it dawned on me, if I could sell over 50,000 part-time, what could I do full-time? So January 2020 comes and I see Tony Robbins and he says, if you want to succeed, you need to burn your fucking boat. I'll never forget it. Sorry for the French. Burn your fucking boat. Now, I'm always a girl who needs plan B. And I'm not talking about plan B in the plan B sense. I need a plan B. I said, that's it. I'm going to burn my fucking boat. As long as this boat's sitting there, the island, I'm going to be taken care of and everything else. I got to burn the boat and then find my way. So I burned my boat. I went in on my birthday, January 25th. I was in my mid 50s at the time. It was my birthday. And I said to my boss, he said, happy birthday. I said, thank you. It is very happy. Yeah, but it's not going to be happy for you because I must regrettably tell you that I am leaving. But I'm not leaving until May 31st of 2020. A couple months go by. I'm buying books like a maniac. I'm doing church sale cleanouts, you name it. And then what happens? The cataclysmic pandemic. All my sources dry up. Everything's closed 24/7. Oh, what am I going to do? I've already given my notice at my job. Granted, I gave him 5 months just in case I had to slide back and say, oh, please take me back. I was having a senior moment. But I said, I'm going to do OA. What is OA? OA, online arbitrage. I am going to take advantage of ordering things online, having them shipped to my house, or for the few stores that are open, I'm going to pick them up and I'm going to sell these items. Now, I've been doing books. I knew nothing about OA. I knew nothing whatsoever. So I got out my YouTube instructor and started watching videos on people doing OA. And who did I run into? But Flips for Miles. Miles Longstreth. He and I started with Avery at the same time. And look where he is now. But I don't compare because I'm killing it in my own way for my own business, because this business is made for everybody. So I started ordering things and I came across so many gates and so many barriers. I said, oh my God, I can't sell anything. What am I going to do? So I got ungated in grocery and Nike. And at the time, ungating was a national secret. Right now, you talk to Rakin and those guys, oh, you want to do DVDs? Go to christianbook.com. Oh, you want to do Nike? Go to Kohl's, go here, go there. When I started, people would rather cut their own arm off than tell you how they got ungated. They paid a couple $1,000s for DVDs. They paid so much money to get ungated. The hurdles were incredible. The information people have now, this business is virtually a no-brainer. It's simple, but it's not easy. So going back to OA, I get ungated in grocery and I'm talking to some people online because networking, in my opinion, is the #1 element in this business. If you don't know what you're doing, hook up with somebody who's a little bit ahead of you or far ahead of you and suck up everything they'll reveal to you like a sponge. So I was having a conversation with somebody who was newly gated in grocery as well. And he said, I'm not really quite ready to start, but I found this product I think might be good. And it was Gold Bond Crepe Corrector. Very quick story. It was ranked 2000 in beauty. I was having because of the pandemic, I was having stores deliver it to me. I was having Instacart bring it to me. Any way I could get my hands on this product, I was selling one every 2 to 3 minutes. In fact, Avery saw a screenshot of my sales and said, what the hell are you selling? I think it was a $13,000 or $14,000 balance. So if I told you, I'd have to kill you. So here I am in my first 3 months of OA, March, April, May of 2020, pandemic, selling this innocuous Gold Bond cream, $9.99 in any given store, Walmart, etc. It was new on the market for $29.99 a tube, $13 profit. I sold exactly 2,700 of these in a 90-day period, garnering $85,000 in sales, $36,000 in my pocket. I was thrilled. I said, this is the way to go. Trouble is, I got so focused on one product that when Amazon jumped on the listing, I was screwed because now I couldn't sell this anymore at a profit. I had to really do double time. Now I'm supporting my family on my Amazon business. My main product just went out the door. What was I going to do? So I think the best thing that I could say is that I invested in myself and I started taking some courses. I wanted to accelerate myself farther than trying to piece it all together by myself. And now Avery has courses. He's got his listing and everything else. If I just need to know what's going on, I tune into Avery's channel and I'm brought up to speed immediately. And he recently, well, not recently, about a year now, Avery, you've been doing OA as well.
Yep.
And crushing it. I remember in the beginning you said, oh, the tables are turned. You've been doing OA and I've been doing books, but now I want to do OA. So I felt flattered that there might be some things I could impart on my mentor or mentors as I got to meet them. And together, even though not hand in hand together, but through his YouTube videos and groups that we belong to, etc., I was able to keep an eye on what he was doing and learn even more from him on the OA site. I do OA today. My business is primarily 95% OA, 5% RA, retail arbitrage, where you go out to the store and you find your products. And I have incorporated a prep center. I find that the best way to go about this business, you know, the adage, you have to spend money to make money. I source products that cost approximately $20 to $25 a unit, which is a little out of my comfort zone. I leverage some credit to do it, but you don't have the tanking you have when you're buying things from Dollar Tree and Walmart and Target for $9.99 that every new seller is selling as well. So by buying higher priced products, I would get a higher return on my money, higher ROI, and turn it right back into the business. To this day, I still, for the exception of $3,000 a month, I turn every cent I make in this business back into the business. I'm in 3 years strong now. My goal, my first year full-time, 2020 pandemic year, I sold just over 200,000 because I sell to Canada and Mexico as well. Sold a little over 200,000. But remember, prices were inflated then because nobody could go out. People were paying top dollar for the products that they need, the everyday products they need. Health and beauty, grocery, some video games to keep the kids under wraps since they're stuck in the house. So I enjoyed my first year, inflated prices, inflated returns. Come 2022, when things started to settle down and people could go out again, I saw a little bit of a stall in my business because I had to pivot. One of the things about this business is you need to be flexible. I thought I would be selling books from the minute I started to the minute I went to the grave because I just love books. I don't know anything about books like Max does. I don't know what my numbers are like Vishal's are. I'm getting better at it. Sometimes I still pick up books. If I get cash strapped, books are my go-to because they're so cheap and the return is unbeatable. Today, I sell everything from health and beauty to electronics. I do a heavy DVD business. Nike, I love Nike. Nike probably paid for my last car. I think if people want to make the transition from books to OA, they really need to start networking and pick up little nuggets. I picked up the christianbook.com nugget on gating and DVDs from watching another YouTuber who sells on eBay. He just let it out of his mouth. He said, oh, and if you want to sell DVDs on Amazon, go to christianbook.com. And I'm like, whoa, that was a nugget, because I watch YouTube every night from 10 p.m. to midnight. I watch my 8 mentors. Every single word they utter, I've heard it. And that's how I keep myself current. Avery, how am I doing here? Am I staying on topic?
No, you're good. Do you want to kind of give like an outline of what online arbitrage is? Because we have some people in here are probably like, what the heck? I know I talk about it to them a little bit, but do you want to talk about like how it looks different from going into thrift stores and scanning a bunch of books to just being on your computer and purchasing? Like what types of websites are you purchasing from? And, people are really freaked out. Like you probably spent thousands of dollars on just a couple orders. Can you talk a little bit about that and what type of returns to expect and all that?
Sure. I source from all the major big stores, Bed Bath Beyond, Walgreens, Walmart, Target, although I tend to stay away from Walmart, Target, Dollar General, Dollar Tree. No, none of that stuff. It's low. It might be low hanging fruit. You might be making 20, 25% and that's even if you're lucky. There's two forms. There's RA and there's OA. I started off with retail arbitrage because I could go in the store, I could touch something, I can feel it, etc. I still do a lot of RA today when I'm purchasing things. OA is online arbitrage. And what that means is you are ordering it online. For me, anything I order online goes straight to the prep center. I never touch it. I never see it. I send it to the prep center. They stick an FN SKU that identifies it's my product. They send it into Amazon for me. RA, because I have several stores such as Ollie's or a Big Lots or a Job Lot. I have stores like that where they don't ship. So I have to physically go in and get those products, which is RA. However, once I can get those products, I find something good there, I will go online and see if I can buy it at a comparable price, maybe a little bit higher, so that I can have it sent to my prep center. I want to be out of the business. I don't want to be running the business. I want to work for my business, but I don't want to be a slave to my business. The first 2 years, I was a slave to my business, not because I had to be, just because I'm obsessed. To me, Amazon is an addiction in a sense that it is a legalized form of gambling. Where else can you spend $10 on a product, make $20 profit, get your $10 back and make a $20 profit on top of it? Where else can you do that legally? Really? To me, this is just my gambling addiction transferred into something that will be financially beneficial to me rather than detrimental. So OA, you order things.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir. I'm here in Vegas right now, and I just get sick.
Oh, I take a life in Vegas.
I get sick,
Please.
hitting the machine over and over again, playing blackjack, and just seeing my $100 go away over and over and over again. I'm like, I could be spending this on inventory. I could be investing this in myself. I personally hate it, but my friends here, they love it.
OA, when I went to the last Miami Sellers Conference or actually it was the first one in 2021, I went because I wanted to meet you, Caleb, Richie Hustles, all these guys. I said, I don't want to meet people that read the book. I want to meet the people that wrote the book. I don't care. I did a 48-hour turnaround. I came in at 2 a.m. on a Saturday morning, was at that hotel at 8 a.m., met you guys, flew out, took the red eye that night, was back home in my house on Sunday. It took a toll on me. But when you have a goal and you want to do something that's going to be significant, you need to put in the elbow grease necessary to create the result that you want. Nothing kills me more than when I hear people say, I went to the store and I couldn't find anything. Well, we have a program called Small and Light, which makes OA so simple for so many people. If you can get a product that weighs less than 3 pounds and price it at $12 or below, it's the same as selling a product for $14 or $15 traditionally. So the Small and Light program, so many things become profitable that would not be profitable beforehand. So I would suggest if you're going to do OA, you should look up Small and Light in Seller Central and read the parameters, because Small and Light can make something that would be terribly unprofitable into something that makes a $2 or $3 profit. And if it's selling 150 times a week or 300 times a month, the volume alone is worth the smaller profit because it's turning over faster.
Right.
But for OA, I always, before I order something online to go to a prep center, to go into Amazon, especially now with the heightened removal fees, I am also on board with using liquidation if you need to remove things. I I'm having a senior moment here. Better than a hot flash, but
Someone's asking, can you expand on a prep center, how to find one, how to find a good one?
sure. Let me just finish my sentence
yeah.
before I totally forget it.
It wasn't
And
that big of
that
a senior
is-
moment. I thought it was one of those senior moments that gone forever.
No, I still know your name and I know
Okay.
why I'm here. So,
I was
tomorrow
trying
that
to
could
be back
change.
to planet Earth. I thought maybe you went to Mars or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, me and Elon were like this. So anyway, before I send anything to a prep center, I will go out physically and buy it or order it online, have it sent to my house, 10 to 18 of a particular unit, and test it out myself, send it in Amazon, see the velocity, make sure that it checks out on Keepa. Keepa is going to be your number one tool. People that do it without Keepa don't want to spend $17 a month, that don't want to pay for Keepa. I don't have time for them. I have my own group where I train people as a give back, local people that I know, and I let other people come in. But I don't want to hear any bullshit like, I don't want to hear any whining, because I went where nothing was written out. There were no manuals, etc., and just figured it out. If you want it bad enough, you will figure it out. So my next step came to, I was wasting too much time doing prep. If I wanted to get my business to the next level, I had to employ a prep center. A prep center is a third-party entity that will process your products for Amazon and send them in on your behalf, freeing up your hands and your mind to either order some more stuff online, do research about stuff, or take care of other things in your business like accounting and all the things that you have to do when you own your own business. You're the chief cook and bottle washer. So I found a prep center in a tax-free state, and Rhode Island has a 7% sales tax. So if I buy something for $20 in Rhode Island, I am going to pay 7% sales tax on that, and the total is going to be $21.40. My prep center charges $1.50 to process an item. Because I'm having my stuff ordered from a store online, doesn't matter where that store is, as long as they ship. Can't be a liquidator, it has to be somebody who ships. As long as I'm buying from a store that ships, when it goes to my prep center in a tax-free state, it is not taxed. Now, if I had bought that $28 item and had it shipped to me in Rhode Island, it would cost $20 plus $1.40 tax, $21.40. I send that same $20 item to the prep center. There is no $1.40 tax, and the prep center charges me $1.50 to process it. So essentially, I'm paying 10 cents, the difference between the $1.50 processing fee and my 7% Rhode Island sales tax. I'm paying that difference of 10 cents to have a whole team of people in the prep center work for me, and I don't have to worry about 1099s. I don't have to worry about paying anybody. I don't have to worry about attrition. I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have any managerial nightmares. In fact, when Avery asked me to speak tonight, I said, I'd love to, but I'm not making slides. Slides suck, because slides bring me back to the PTSD of being in a corporate environment where I had to produce slides day in and day out, financial slides. I just wanted to be not here. So I said, yeah, Avery, as long as I don't do slides. I love my business because I don't do anything that I don't want to do. Nothing. And that includes making slides for Avery.
Yeah.
I love it. So the prep center has been a tremendous help. My particular prep center doesn't have any minimums. I can send in one of something. I could send in 5,000 of something. Generally, I like to go wide rather than deep. I would rather have maybe 20 to 50 of a particular item. People say, well, that's deep. It's not deep. It's not deep when you're in the stage that I'm in. Day one, it would be deep to have 50 of each thing. But now I have par levels for the products that I replen on a regular basis, and I go from there.
Can you go over like the sourcing process for people, because we're used to going into thrift stores, libraries, and scanning the books. What does it look like for you? Are you going on a website? Are you storefront stocking people? Are you using what softwares you're using? What are you looking for?
Okay, my tech stack is very simple.
Okay.
This is my tech stack. My tech stack is, and this has changed since day one. I had too much tech in the beginning. I had so much shit going on, I didn't know which way was up. So it's very simple. I have Sellramp for my sourcing. I have Keepa for verification. I have Inventory Lab, which I source through because last I knew, GoToLister didn't have a field for expiration dates yet for grocery and
Hey,
beauty.
it's coming soon. But if you don't
But it's
put the
coming
expiration
soon.
date when you submit it, you just put it when you go to Seller Central. It prompts you to put it. So we got people
Well,
listing
remember, I'm
grocery.
not touching my product, so I don't know what my expiration dates are. My prep center is doing that.
Yeah, same
I never see the
difference.
expiration. So I use Keepa, Sellramp, Inventory Lab. And I have one more that's evading. Oh, and I use Be Cool for repricing. Those are my 4 programs. I use AI repricing. It's $100 a month. People go, $100 a month. I'm just starting. For me, this isn't a hobby. This is a business. A lot of people have hobby mentality, or they might be starting from a hard economic position, which I can respect that. I can respect that. But there also comes a time when you might need to drive Uber Eats or whatever you have to do to scrum up a few pennies to pay for the software or just get on with it. Otherwise, it could be a treacherously long path. So sourcing for OA, the first thing I do is I go onto a website, and I might see what kind of sales they're running. I'll go to Rakuten, see if there's any coupons involved. And then I will run products through my Scoutify, which is the scouting app attached to Inventory Lab, to see if there's any value in the Amazon market for these particular products. Another way I like to source is for Sellramp. I like to go into a category that I like to source in. I find something that I'm already selling, and then I will go and see who else is on that same listing and find out what they're buying, probably from the same stores. I have local stores in Rhode Island aren't available on a national level. And if I find a seller who's selling something from one of these places that I source from in Rhode Island, I'm going to check out their storefront and see what else they're selling there and cut out the research time of me scanning every single thing in the store or looking at every single item that's in the sales flyer, which is time consuming. I'm going to take the shortcut and find people who are selling items from that same store. For instance, we'll take Walmart to be simple. Mainstay. Mainstay is a Walmart brand. If you see somebody selling something Mainstay, they got it from Walmart. So you might want to go in if you have Sellramp, or you can go see their storefront through Keepa, see what else they're selling, and replicate it. Now, I wouldn't be a dick and copy somebody's entire catalog. Well, maybe I would. I don't know. It depends on how I feel about them personally.
Depends on how much profit there is.
Depends how much profit there is. Because I know people are storefront stalking me as well. Because I see their inventory starting to emulate mine. They probably turned on to my store and said, let's see what she's selling to save themselves time. All's fair in love and war and online arbitrage, in my opinion. So you find these products. I will order, again, 10 to 18, have them sent to my house so I can look at them, feel them, confirm that they are in fact the same product, because UPC codes aren't always necessarily available when you're looking online. In fact, it's usually not available, although some stores, such as Walgreens, you can get the UPC code by going into the shipping details. The UPC is at the bottom of that screen. Nobody ever knew there were UPC codes for Walgreens. Walgreens is a great place to source from, as long as you're not doing Walgreens products, because they will IP complaint file on you ASAP. So if in the absence of a UPC code, you match up the item the best you can. If it's, say it's underarm deodorant, make sure the ounces are correct, the scent is correct, the size is correct. You generally want it to match exactly the listing in Amazon. Although sometimes companies will have a product update and they will have new packaging, and you might get a complaint somewhere that, oh, this isn't the same thing, but the UPC matches. Amazon says, to the customer, yes, it is the same item. They have different packaging. And you move on your merry way.
We got 1 minute left before Caleb hops on here. Everyone go give FBA Woman D a follow on Instagram below. What last advice would you have for anyone that's, thinking about going from books to online arbitrage?
Find a buddy. Find somebody who's already doing online arbitrage, or join a group that focuses on online arbitrage and suck up everything like a sponge. Be humble, be coachable, and be friendly. You will get so much farther by speaking to people one-on-one than you ever will being an island by yourself trying to rewrite the Bible.
Awesome. Thank you so much, D.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Up next, we have Caleb Roth, who I think has not shown his face in like several months. I'm super, super pumped. This guy taught me everything I know about selling books on Amazon. He still teaches me so much about business today. An overall super talented entrepreneur. He sold well over 7 figures on Amazon. He successfully exited Scout IQ. I won't drop the number here because he told me not to. But I'm super, super pumped to have Caleb here. He's one of the smartest people I know. So let me find him real quick. If you can do the Bill dance real quick, Caleb. All right, I got you. Boom. And let me ask you to unmute yourself. Can we hear you?
I think you can.
Yes, we can. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Wonderful. It was good to see you last week. What's up, D? Way to rock that. Bill, I stepped in for part of years of Vishal as well. So good to see some familiar faces again. I've missed y'all.
Awesome. Everyone in the chat, say what's up to Caleb. Maybe they forgot who you were. I don't know.
In this industry, there's so many new people that odds are a lot of people have churned out. So if you're new, nice to meet you. I'm formerly known as the Book Flipper. I had to give that up when I sold the company. So if anybody wants that handle on Instagram, I think it's
it might be available. Go get it, guys. You can flip it to somebody probably.
That you could. Well, Avery was out here. We did a little bit of a bachelor party in Chicago 2 weeks ago. Bill was there, David, Matthew. So we had a really good time there. And I convinced Avery to come over to small town Warsaw, Indiana for a couple of days. And we had a blast hanging out with, I'm actually getting married in just under 2 weeks. So I'm picking up 4 new girls. No, I'm not Mormon. This is not not one of those things. I'm picking up a new wife, and she has 4 girls of her own. So we're going to do a little Brady bunch. I've got a son, and Avery got to hang out, meet them, and just have a wonderful time.
Yeah, that was a
so good to
blast.
see you.
I had one day and I was not
great.
exhausted, but I can't say for every single day how that feels, having all those crazy girls running around.
Well, they pull you in. They have a lot of energy.
They do.
They keep you young.
I got a good
You
workout
can
on that
feel your-
playground. My lungs were blown out that day.
So you did great. It was actually, I asked Alicia the other day like what her favorite thing is and how she feels loved the most. She's like, it's when people see my daughters and play with my daughters. So that meant a lot to her.
That's pretty easy for people then.
It is. They definitely pull you in. So, well, for those that don't know my story, I started selling books, and feel free to keep this as conversational as you want. I'm like D. I'm retired technically right now, so I'm not doing work. I'm not putting slides together. I'm just going to kind of share from the heart, share my story, and I'm happy to answer questions along the way. So if you do have them, pop them in the chat. I'll try and catch some. Or otherwise, Avery, you can pick those off. But I figured I'd share just a quick 30,000 foot view of my story. And then I've just got a couple thoughts and some notes, and we'll go from there. Kind of some things that if I had to start all over again, what I would do, or maybe where I'd recommend going. I think D is spot on in what she said in terms of showing up and go to a conference, go meet some people in real life, because that's where you're going to get the real questions answered. That's where you're going to learn people's secrets. We like to joke there's no secrets in this space, but everybody's got 1 or 2 things that they keep really close to the chest. And if you get them in person, maybe you're going to pick that up, but also you're just going to prove to be a resource. I think before I jump into my story, I think the most important thing and the most important resource is knowledge. And yeah, there's tons of it out there. You can pick up a lot on YouTube, but you want to specialize. And the more you can learn about a specific topic, the more you can dive in, the more you're going to stand out among the crowd, and people are going to beat down a path to your door to pick up whatever that knowledge is. So if you have it, that is currency. Sure, we have dollars. Sure, we have other ways that, you know, we show value. But I think ultimately we're a knowledge economy, and whatever you can do to kind of to go deep and figure out how to cross list or do something else, if you can become a specialist in something, that is going to help you stand out. So for those that don't know me, I worked in orthopedics for 5 years. I did marketing for them. I was always an entrepreneur, always identified as that, really wanted to work for myself, but had a good, secure job with pension. And it was just scary to step out on your own. So I just went from college to the real world and thought I'd work my way up. What sort of changed one day was I was looking at my managers and my boss's managers and all the way up, and just realized, man, this is not what I want to do. No one's really excited about their job. The money gets better, the stock options get better, they tend to rope you in, but the freedom's no longer there. And Avery, I know we talk about this a lot, but freedom is really where it's at. You know, Dee's sitting there going, I don't want to make slides, so I'm not going to do it. There's certainly things we have to do as entrepreneurs, as business owners, but if you build your business properly, you can hire and outsource everything else. So you have to get money, you have to sort that one out first. And I think everybody, especially if you're on the younger end of the spectrum, and even if you're on the older end of the spectrum, go figure out how to get something that's sustainable, and go try and figure out how to get your bag, if you want to call it that. I sound like a guru if I say that, but go get your bag, figure that out. Once you have some cash, that's going to allow you to jump in, build a team, build a business, and sort of figure out where you want to be. So I worked 5 years in corporate, and then started on the side. And the only thing I knew was selling books. I'd done that in high school. I'd done that in college, helped my friends sell textbooks. And I really just started out with the 100-book challenge. I don't really have any links to, there's no software to buy that I own, and none of that anymore. But the 100-book challenge, if you've never heard of that, 100 is just 100. It kind of shares my story, Matthew's story, and a buddy, John. But really, I just set out going, can I find 100 listable books on Amazon a week? What would that turn into? And I know it's just kind of a steady stream, and the margins look good, but selling 2-3 books a week off of that 100 books isn't really sexy. But what happens when you keep putting the work in, when you keep compounding on top of that, pretty soon you're selling 30, 40, 50, 200 books a week, and all of a sudden it's meaningful money. So that's what I did. I started on the side. I was too chicken to quit. Finagled a deal where I could move into sales and work 2 days a week and keep building this. And was able to keep ramping this up until I finally was able to put work in my rear view. I quit my day job in September of 2015 and never looked back. So very exciting. I would not trade being an entrepreneur for anything. It really wasn't about the money. It was about the freedom. It was about trying to do things that I wanted to do, and do things in some ways to make the world a better place. I know that's cliche, but to try and impact as many people as possible. And I know that we've had meaningful relationships with a lot of people on this call. I've met many of you in person. Not many of you are showing your faces, so it's hard to know exactly, but
we got Karen in here. We got Becky. We got Tommy, Brenda, Yvette. Let's see. Haste. I'm probably butchering these names. Leslie says we can never forget you, Caleb. Brenda says I stalk you on YouTube. Tommy says glad to see you again. Santos says what's up. Okay. That's what
I see some familiar names and familiar faces, so it's good to pop back in. For those that are wondering why I do look different, I'm trying to grow the hair out, trying to get the retirement due going. So I'm not going to be retired for long. I'm taking probably 3 to 6 months sabbatical. I was working for 3 Colts who acquired us just part-time through the end of February, and so I've been on sabbatical for about 2 months. So I've been reading a ton of books. Karen says escape room Austin for life. That was awesome. I do love a good escape room. So I've been on sabbatical. I've been reading a ton of books, trying to network with as many people as I can, and mostly just trying to slow down. I spent a lot of years working really hard, putting in a lot of hours, and I had a lot of flexibility too, but I'm trying to slow down. I'm not on social media as much. I'm not on my phone as much, trying to just be present with those that I'm around. And then I'm going to try and build back and try and do what I want to do. So if anybody has any great book suggestions, drop those in the chat as well. I've been reading everything from philosophy, of course, business books, spirituality type stuff, just anything. So if you have any great books, really any topic, I'd love to hear
Drop
it.
them in the
Don't
chat.
send them. Don't send them to Sellback your books. Send them to me. I'll buy them. I'll, come on, Bill. I've sent you enough books over the years. So I think the most important thing, and so my business, I started scanning myself. So just like most of you, I went out and went to libraries and thrift stores and built up a business doing that. I tried to scale by hiring scouts. So I built a distributed network in, I think I had 10 different states going at one point, where I would pay scouters. They would actually list them, and I would pay them commission or pay them cash depending on what they wanted. I did bulk for a very short period of time, just kind of did some test buys. Avery and I and some other people went and closed out some colleges that went out of business. So we've done a lot of different business models. Those are some great trips. I love being on the road. I think Avery and I, we were trying to count it up. I think we've probably been to 14 or 15 states together.
Yeah. The only states I haven't been to is Hawaii and South Dakota, I think. So
well, there's books in Hawaii, so
yeah.
Get yourself out there. So I settled in what I think is probably the best business model. And of course it varies for each of you. Vishal's crushing it in bulk, and I think that's the best business model for him. He certainly put the effort in to learn that with Manroop. So the best model for me, and I'll kind of give what my principles are, but it ended up being consignment. So I would go and work, and kind of the genesis of it was, when you are going to thrift stores, you are trading your time for money. There's nothing wrong with that, but sometimes you go to a thrift store or a library sale and you strike out. We've all had that. You don't pull anything, or you pull just a few books and you just wasted some time. And it's okay. It's an investment. And certainly you'll have some great sources that more than make up for it. But you're essentially trading time for money. And it's kind of a cool delayed release. You get to find the books. You get that dopamine hit of, hey, I just found these books. You list them on Amazon, and then eventually they start to sell. And the coolest thing is going around, you're at a baseball game with your friends, and you pull up your phone, you refresh Seller Central, that we all do 400 times a day. And wow, I just sold a book at a baseball game, or I just sold a book on the toilet, or I just sold a book on the golf course. And so the work you do up front continues to pay dividends over and over and over again. But the challenge is you still have to go back out and find more books. So the first bulk seller I saw, and I remember he opened his warehouse up. He may have been one of the first. Bill could probably correct me if I'm wrong, but Greg Murphy opened up his warehouse. Actually used to host a conference. What was it called?
Bus Proof
Live. So the idea was, how do you build a business that it makes you bus proof? If you get hit by a bus, which is pretty morbid, will your business carry on? Well, Greg opened up his warehouse, and we went there, and you saw like semi-trucks full with Gaylords and pallets of books. And that was the first time I had seen that. And your eyes just light up like a kid at Christmas. And you're like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. Instead of me going to the books are coming to me. But then you start digging into the business model, and you're recycling or finding other uses, or sending to Sellback your book, which may not have existed back then. But what you're doing is, like, you're bringing all these books in, and you're probably pulling out, 20 to 30% to resell on Amazon. Maybe you got some other outlets for some other ones, but you're essentially still trying to dispose of the vast majority of the books. And I said, well, man, that's a lot of labor. That's pretty resource intense. You need a lot of space. You need to invest a lot in books. And so the aha moment for me was, okay, I enjoy traveling, but I want to build a business that's sustainable. So instead of me going to books, how can they come to me? But instead of having to throw away half of the books or recycle them, what if I could build a business where only green or accepted books came to me? And that was the birth of my consignment business. So I went to my library, that's all I knew, my college library, and I knocked on the door and asked to talk to the director and said, hey, your guys run a library sale each year. Can I come in and buy, your books? Or can I rather get your books? I'll come in and scan, or your team can scan them. I didn't know how that was going to work. We didn't even have software to do that yet. And I said, I want to get first crack, because you're selling them for $1 for softcover, $2 for hardbacks. Can you scan the books, set aside the ones that turn green if I build software that does this, and I will sell them on consignment and split it 50-50. And she kind of said, nah, we'll just sell them at the book sale. So I said, okay. Well, that year they did a huge weeding project. So they, instead of 2 or 3 tables of books, they had 30 or 40. They actually got rid of about 20,000 books. I went in and pulled over 1,000 books from their sale. Now I paid them, $1,500, about $1.50 on average. And I walked back up to her and said, Tanya, I just bought all these books. I'm probably going to make 30 or 40 grand because they're really niche, a lot of long tail titles, but a lot of really expensive books. And, the kind of the light bulb went off in her head, but she also said, we're happy just to keep selling them. So the point is, she told me no up front. Bye, D. She told me no, even once I was buying her books. And then about 6 months after that, she finally called me back up out of the blue. Every time I'd see her, I'd just kind of go, hey, are you ready to do this thing yet? And eventually she picked up the phone and called me and said, Caleb, I just keep thinking about what you're doing. I'd love to give it a shot. So this pipe dream, how do I get good books to come to me, all of a sudden became reality. And so we busted out a little bit of software. It actually became the substance for Palette IQ. We took what we learned from Scout IQ. We built just a simple web-based tool that was literally a stoplight, green light, red light. We'll take the book or not. Well, that turned into a few boxes a month. That turned into her referring us to other libraries, because once you land one client, simply ask them for referrals or go to other schools in their same conference. You're now serving them well. You're taking care of them. They like you. You're giving them money. I mean, we're all friends with Bill because he pays us money, right? What's not to like? So that became a really easy pitch. Once you land one, that's always the hardest, to then take that model and build it out. So I spent a lot of my time building standard operating procedures, building a warehouse. We did most of this from our house to start with, but eventually we built a warehouse, or rented a warehouse here in Indiana that Avery got to see, and started building that business and making sure we had ways to track all the books that came in, make sure we could pay them. Might as well shout out the tracking spreadsheet. We should have done a code or something, but
you want to do a code? It's not too late.
That's probably the only product I still sell. You can use bonus 50. I think that one's still active. It'll say $50. The tracking spreadsheet literally is a entire system, one, to not only manage your business and make sure you know your numbers, but it's a way to actually build reports for your clients and show them which books sold, what the fees were, how much you owe them, and how much you paid them. And so that's really how I built my business. I'm winding down my business next month. I'm going to be completely out of the book game. But I think Avery will throw a link up there.
Yep. There's one on gotolister.com, but I'll grab it and I'll throw it in the chat.
Perfect. Yeah, if you got your affiliate, throw it in there.
Boom. And you said the code was?
Perfect. Bonus 50. And it doesn't matter if it's all caps or lowercase.
Okay, perfect. 50.
So bonus 50. My business at the end was nearly completely consignment. And again, that was a hands-off business for me. I had a warehouse manager that could handle everything. I had some VAs that would generate the reports. I even trusted them to go into my bank and pay the clients. So once your job as a business owner is to figure out whatever you do best. And if you've seen any of my business videos or any of my YouTube videos, it's really start up, scale up, step back. And so your job is to be like Avery, just go crazy, get out there and just tinker and experiment and just play and figure out what works. Yes, you're going to make mistakes. Yes, you're going to throw some money away. Yes, it's not going to be perfect, but don't over-engineer your business or whatever you're doing. Just get started. Throw stuff against the wall, see what sticks. Once it's starting to work, then it's time to step back a little bit, just to 30,000 feet, and say, all right, if I want to scale this, what do I want to do? I actually had lunch with about a 70-year-old lady that came over last week and just said, hey, I'm new to the book game. Do you still do consulting? I'm like, yeah, buy me lunch. We'll chat. So she came over and she's got started. She's older. She couldn't even figure out her yo-yo scanner. So that was step one, was get that set up.
That's always the hardest part. If you can make it past that, you're going to be successful.
Yeah, she'd send in like 300 or 400 books. She doesn't have the buy box yet. She's doing all FBA. And she's just frustrated because she only has a few sales. And of course, she's had to pay for shipping and the $40 a month Amazon fee. She's not really seeing a lot of money yet. Well, we just talked about it. Said, look, books are a great way to start. You can certainly get into other products. But I said, don't quit yet. Figure out how this can work. And then I said, before we even do that, what do you want out of this business? I didn't know if she was trying to replace her income. She was getting ready to retire from the real estate business. And she goes, if I can just get $1,000 a month, then that pays for vacation. I can go see my 3 daughters that are in different states. That's all I want. And I said, perfect. We can build a business around that. So some of the things we did, and really one of the pieces of feedback I'd give to almost everybody is look at your inexpensive books. Look at the low end of your ASP, your average selling price. Ruthlessly cut a lot of those books out. Reason being, it's really easy to forget about the hidden costs in this business. What does it cost to ship to Amazon? What does it cost to dispose of the 10 to 20 to 25% of books that aren't going to sell? What's your labor invested in listing a book? Put a value on your labor, even if it's $15 an hour. That means every 4 minutes that go by, that's $1 worth of labor. So what's it going to cost you to list the book? What's it going to cost you if you're merchant fulfilling to go and pick it and put it in an envelope? Once you start adding those costs up, you're going to realize there's something called the 80-20 rule, which means 80% of your profits come from 20% of your units. And the other way around, 20% of your profits are going to come from 80% of your units. So you're going to have a ton of books on the low end of the spectrum. Some you're actually going to be losing money on, and some you're going to be barely making money. And this is really, really true in the book space. I've looked at a lot of people's businesses, and even after not really factoring in labor, it's something astronomical, like 10% of their profits are coming from 50% of their units. Well, what does that mean? Well, too often we get stuck chasing metrics. I want to have an inventory of 10,000 books. So if that's your goal, that's a vanity metric. All you're going to do is start listing books, and you're going to find a book that, hey, I really need to make $2 on a book, but this one's making me $1.10. It's still $1.10 that I wouldn't have had. I might as well list it. And when you start getting careless and just start jamming inventory in, one, you're going to run out of inventory space if you're FBA. Two, when prices shift, when items don't sell, all of a sudden you're not making the money that you thought you were making. And so I really challenge you, if you're not really gifted at looking at your numbers, maybe hire someone that can peek at it, bribe somebody, buy them lunch or dinner, whatever it might take. Go look at your numbers, and I would almost always recommend trying to bump up your target profits. And Bill didn't pay me to say this, but you've got great outlets to dump a lot of that inventory over there, right? So instead of a book that you might make $1.50, and you're like, well, Bill's only offering me 60 cents. So I could make 90 extra cents if I do it myself. Right, but what's your labor worth? What are your costs worth? What percent of those books aren't going to sell? And so we've just constantly looked at our business and kept bumping up that floor profit. If you're a solopreneur, if you don't have a team, you really need to be ruthless about this as well. So what I told the lady I had lunch with was, we're going to raise your target profits across the board. You're going to do less work. She's older as well. She doesn't want to be carrying a ton of 40 or 50 pound boxes to the post office. That's going to run her ragged. It's going to hurt her back. So we said, hey, let's bump that up. We're going to sell fewer books, but if we're only trying to make $1,000 a month, we can build a pretty good game plan to get there. So understand what you're after. That's going to infer upon what you're going to do in terms of building that business. And then the last step is step back. So start up, just go crazy. You're going to mess up some things, that's fine. Scale up, start fine tuning, getting your numbers, make sure you have SOPs, understand your time costs, understand your overhead. And then the last step is the step back. And this applies no matter if you want to sell the business or not. So when you step back, what you're doing is saying, all right, again, the best thing I can do in my business is to go figure out the next problem to solve. Okay, is your time best spent listing books? Probably not. At first, sure, you need to learn how to do it. You need to understand how to be efficient. You can totally list all the books you want. But over time, you need to start outsourcing some of those steps and figure out the next opportunity. Maybe that's fine-tuning your repricing settings. Maybe that's getting your head out of the weeds and figuring out what's another good source that I can go to. And the more you can build margin into your business, both financially, but also from a time standpoint, the more you can go research, go to a conference, network with other people, and figure out the next best thing you can be doing. And then the business can keep going. So your goal is to go conquer new territory, settle it, make sure it's tame, hand it off to somebody else, and then go find the next new territory to conquer. And what you're going to start doing is, you could do that with books and build an entire book business. You could do that with consignment, build a consignment business. Then you could say, hey, this whole online arbitrage thing seems really appealing. You could go tinker around in that space, and maybe that doesn't work, and that's fine. You can close the door there. Then maybe you want to get into retail arbitrage. But your goal is to build as many different income streams as possible and get those to where they're either mostly outsourced or even all the way outsourced. And then eventually, maybe you're able to sell the business. So we didn't just sell Scout IQ. We sold all the software. Software has an inherent value. It's, there's profit in it. There's customers in it. If any of you were using the tools, I appreciate it. That did help our team out quite a bit as well. So if you did believe in us and were using the products or still are, thank you very much. But the other piece was I went to go sell my book business. Well, if I ran bulk and all I had was a few suppliers and a warehouse lease and a couple employees, I really don't have much of a business to sell because I could maybe sell the contract to the books, but that's not really hard for someone else to pick off. Where we were able to sell the business was because we had consignment clients. We had regular, predictable income coming in from a wide variety of customers. It wasn't just all our eggs in one basket. So we were able to strip off different parts. I had a huge library system in Colorado. I was able to sell that off to David Chung, one of my business partners in the software. So he took that on. I just get a monthly check now by selling that off. I wrapped up all my Canadian customers, sold that off to one person. And then all of my libraries, thrift stores, anybody else, I bundled those together. We looked at how much money it makes on average the last 2 or 3 years and put a price on that. And I was able to sell that as well. So if you do ever want a path out, one, make sure the system is as streamlined as possible so that you can hire someone to take it over. There's enough margins so that you can go conquer the next territory. Or two, make sure those standard operating procedures are buttoned up and you're able to then sell that business off. And in a lot of cases, you can get a multiple of 2 to 3 years of what you're going to make right now. Benefit of that too is when you sell a business, it's treated as long-term capital gains. I hope that rule doesn't stay. If anybody listens to Prof G or Scott Galloway, basically, I see some older faces on here too, but boomers have kind of wrecked our tax code, and they make it very favorable for money that you earn, money that we go out and earn. We get taxed at very high rates. Money that's made off of money or long-term investments gets taxed very favorably, in some cases 0%, 15%, or 20%. That's as high as it goes. So if you're able to sell your business, sure, it's 2 to 3 years of revenue, but you're paying in some cases less than half of the tax you were going to pay if you're ordinarily making income. So there's some significant benefits that way. So that's my game plan: start up, scale up, step back. And something I've been really pondering a lot lately is margin. I know Dee said she spends 2 hours a night watching YouTube videos, working on improving her knowledge. If you're in the weeds every single day sourcing books or sourcing whatever product you're doing or listing inventory for 60 to 70 hours a week, and you have no time for your family, no time for yourself, and no time to research, you're going to end up burning yourself out. So freedom is really important, but make sure that you're taking time for yourself, taking time for your loved ones, because that's going to be where the biggest gains are made. So that's my story. Happy to field a couple questions as much time as we have. And thanks for paying attention.
Awesome. Real quick, I want to introduce you to someone in the chat. Have you met Joji before? Face to face?
Doesn't ring a bell.
All right. I'm going to introduce you to Joji. Joji's a big online arbitrage, great guy. He was at Miami. He just came only for you, but then he was like, Caleb's on the website. Why isn't Caleb here? I'm just kidding. Here's Joji.
No.
What's up,
Hey,
brother?
how's it going, Caleb? Yeah, good to
Hey,
see you.
pretty
Thanks
good.
for very inspirational. I appreciate it, man. Very good to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
He's a chemistry teacher out in California, right?
Yes, sir.
He wakes up early in the morning. He's kind of like Matthew. He buys books. He did 100,000 in sales.
105K.
105K last year. He invests 100,000 between him and his wife into the stuff that you were telling me about in the car.
Yep.
all the stuff you should be doing, and just overall smart dude. So I know he's a big fan of yours, Caleb. So
Yes, sir. Yeah, good to meet you.
Cool.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
It's been very awesome being here.
Sweet, nice to meet you. Get my number from Avery if you ever want to chat.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
do you have any questions off the top? I know I'm putting you on the spot, Joji.
Yeah, I want to know is the golf game in sabbatical as well? Because I also played golf in high school. I played all throughout growing
nice.
up. So
Well, we could get into live golf and everything else. I did a few trips. I keep saying couple, and I've been informed that couple means two, so I use it as few. So I need to start changing my language. I've done a few golf trips this year already, but golf has significantly slowed. In 2020, I was just coming off divorce and moved back to Indiana. I played 107 rounds of golf, that's a lot of golf. I definitely played a lot that year. I went and watched a lot of golf. Bill, have you seen the Netflix show yet, Full Swing? So a lot of the golf they showed is events that we went to in 2020. So that was pretty fascinating to watch. So no, the golf game is not great. I did shoot 1 under, which is like my fifth time ever under par in an event. So that was pretty sweet. But yeah, I suspect it's going to go downhill this year.
very cool, man. Very cool. Pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
Real quick before, I'm going to have people unmute themselves, but we do have quite a few questions about Scott IQ triggers. after you told that story, what specifically did you tell her to do with her triggers? Was it just raise the bottom profit? Was it don't send in long tail books? Can you kind of break down, if someone wants to model that, what to do?
Yeah, so in general, I would say the research that we put into building the triggers is not something to just ignore. So I don't really touch the e-score ranges as much. I don't really touch, which FBA price or which merchant fulfilled price I'm looking at. I'm simply just raising the profit. So simply just go in, look at the e-score trigger 151 and up. The profit, I believe, is $2 as a floor. Bump that up to $2.50 or maybe even $3. What you're going to be doing is pulling in fewer books, and that's okay, because you're going to start bumping up your dollars per hour. And again, this is not a vanity metric game where it's about, can you actually get 500 books a week, or trying to slam through or get a nice big photo of books on Amazon, or for Instagram rather. You really want to be getting in there and just getting more of the right books. And so I would just raise the target profits. If you're only doing FBA, you might consider turning off some of the longer tail books. So e-score of 0, 1, maybe even 3, 4, 5. Just because they're going to sell, some of them will, but it's a portfolio. You might sell 20% of those books over time. And Sellback Your Book will offer you, 50 cents on a lot of those. You're going to make 20, 30 bucks, but you're not going to sell that many. And that's why their offers are low. They understand the market, and you can definitely learn by what they're bidding on as well.
100%. If you guys have questions, you can raise your hands, your actual hand, or you can somehow raise your Zoom hand, and we'll find you.
I saw Leah posted a few books, Radical Focus and Deep Work. So thanks. I took a note on those.
My mom posted one too. She said Second Sons. She's always recommending that, or Second Son.
Okay.
So she's recommended that so many times. I think you might like that book.
S-U-N or S-O-N?
S-U-N.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, we got Crystal here with a question.
Let's hear it.
What's going on, Crystal?
I was wondering, hey, good to talk to you all. I was wondering a good beginner pricing strategy / repricing strategy for books. I used your software and I sent quite a few in. They're kind of just sitting, and I'm wondering if maybe I'm not pricing them correctly.
Yeah, well, I learned all that from Caleb, so I'll let Caleb answer this question.
I think the most important piece is going to be one. I have a full video. It's probably several years old, maybe 2018. Just search the Book Flipper on YouTube and type in pricing or repricing. And I actually walk through a strategy. In general, the more often a book sells, so the higher the e-score, the more aggressive you can get. So if a book normally sells for $10 merchant fulfilled, but it only sells once a month, I'm not going to suggest trying to list that for $30, even if you're the only prime seller. Sure, you might get the buy box. Amazon may, restrict that or hide that as well. I think they call it suppressing it. But in general, the more often a book sells, the more premium you can ask relative to the merchant fulfilled price. So, and if you're just starting out, one thing you may want to do is just avoid merchant fulfilled books that are, $6 or $7. They're on the lowest end, $5.99, $5.49 tends to be the lowest price points. If you see those, the price has already hit the floor. You can certainly get a higher premium FBA, and that's a real nice benefit of the FBA program. But make sure you're finding books that have higher merchant fulfilled values. They're harder to find, but you're going to sell them much more quickly, and that's going to help you just kind of feel successful getting started.
Mom, I see you there. I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself because I know you have a few questions.
Okay. I'm in the middle of texting, but anyway, no, but Caleb, seriously, so I've just have noticed is I've put products online that are not selling. And so I did a little more research. And so I just noticed, oh my God, I've listed some books that have like 50 used offers and it turned green on Scout, but and I'm just saying maybe 1 or 2 did. So don't think I'm dissing it or anything. But is there and I'm only making minimal profit, under $5 on these books. So I have turned the corner and realized I should probably turn away those books. What is your opinion on that?
So anything that turns green is not a guarantee. Sellback is a guarantee. That's a cash offer, and unless Bill is in there swan diving into buckets of books, you're going to get paid on those. Everything else is just potential. It's potential profit. So if it sold today at this price, here's what you're going to make. based on how often it's selling, based on the current market prices, we give you a best estimate of, is it worth putting in your inventory? At the end of the day, I'm only expecting to sell about 80 to 85% of my books over the long run. Now, I'm going to sell 90 to 95% of the books that have great e-scores. I'm going to sell 20 to 30% of the books that have terrible e-scores. But as a whole portfolio, I do expect to sell ish 80% of the books. So you're going to have some ones that lose. You're going to, sometimes it doesn't make sense. You won't really understand why that happens, and that's okay. But it is good to go back and look and try and figure it out. I would suggest that the FBA prices are too high relative to merchant fulfilled, or like I said to I think it was Lisa or Leslie, what was the the minimum merchant fulfilled price? I tend to avoid books that even if they're selling for $10 FBA and I can make $2 after fees, if they're $5.49 or $4 merchant fulfilled, I may not touch that book. And so that's where the triggers are going to let you know, hey, this is potentially worth something. I think there's great value in using your eyeballs and using your brain to look at it and go, it's kind of borderline.
Right.
And that's why we developed a second screen on Scout IQ, which is where you swipe over and you can see all the different bar charts in heavily green, yellow, or red. And so if you got profit and e-score that are green, but merchant fulfilled price is red or yellow, it may make you think twice. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so two things. One, for anyone who's new, because again, I really just started hitting this hard in January. I've been dabbling for like a year, but anyway, the Scout IQ price that pops up green includes the shipping has been deducted, whereas with merchant fulfilled, you have to then, okay, you think you're going to make $5 off a book, then you have to deduct like $3.50 or something to ship the book.
Shipping's included in both. FBA will include the inbound shipping to Amazon. You just set your rate, typically 25 to 50 cents a pound, depending on how you ship your books. So you can kind of look back at your last few shipments and tidy that number up. You can just hard code it into the triggers. Merchant fulfilled factors in the outbound shipping as well, so it just uses media mail rates.
So it's outbound shipping. I didn't know that.
It includes all the cost of selling the books. We don't include storage fees just because they're pretty inexpensive, and we also don't include disposal fees, which have gone up considerably since we built the app for the first time in 2017. And so if you're taking a long tail book that has a 10% chance of selling, that means you have a 90% chance of paying the disposal fees, which can be fairly substantial. And that's why long tail books, we're looking to get $30, $40 of profit to even justify sending it in.
Okay, then let me ask you this, because some of the books, real quick, when I go to check to see FBA offer or Prime offers, and let's say it has 3 that are listed, then I'm like, okay, I'm going to get this book, and after those 3 sell, maybe mine will be the Prime offer. Am I thinking right?
Say that one more time.
Okay, so if I find a book, it's pretty let's say 10, I don't care, it's profitable. So then I swipe over to see if there's any Prime offers. And let's say there's 3 Prime offers.
What do you mean swipe over? You click on the Amazon link and you're like looking.
Yeah, I go to the Amazon link. Yeah. Yeah, I go to the Amazon link. I select, what do I do, Avery? I select used.
Yeah, she's filtering it by Prime. And you see there's 3 Prime offers.
Right. And then I'm like, all right, I'm going to take a gamble. I'm going to purchase this book that mine, by the time it gets listed, will be ready to be offered at the Prime rate. Is that correct thinking or not? I don't think so.
You don't necessarily want to be the cheapest Prime price. If a book is selling a lot, you can be 3rd, 4th, 5th in line and wait for, a lot of people that are repricing consistently are just going to fight for the sale. When they sell out, you can sort of be next in line. If a book doesn't sell very often, I wouldn't recommend waiting and trying to be 3rd or 4th in line, because 3rd or 4th in line might take 6 months, and by then 6 more people have listed the book under you. So you want to balance repricing strategies with your repricer. Unfortunately, repricers are due to the same Amazon data limitations that sourcing software is. And so a lot of books, you're only getting the lowest Prime price, which is the used buy box. You're not seeing 2nd, 3rd, 4th in line. So you do want to keep that in mind when you're sourcing. You do want to keep that in mind when you're repricing, just because it's different data.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you, and congratulations. You're a big family.
All right, Lisa, what question do we have? Dave is running late. That's why I'm going over. So we'll be on for like 5 more minutes, and then I have a small presentation for you guys, and we'll let Caleb go. Hang out with the girls probably. What's up, Lisa?
Oh, hey everyone. I was just curious. I've been dabbling in books for a little bit and I'm thinking of going full time. And I was just wondering if anyone had considered going LLC for this. Is there any type of risk that needs to be considered? Do we need to protect ourselves from any type of lawsuits? Just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
I'll let Caleb answer that.
In general, an LLC is a good idea. Most states are pretty inexpensive, $50 to $100. I think Californians have to pay a little too much more because everything's way more expensive out there. So in general, it's not hard. It's a pass-through entity, meaning all the taxes just go back to your personal taxes. There's really not a benefit from a tax perspective, but it does sort of keep things separate. If someone really wants to sue you, they're going to find a way to get past your LLCs and come and sue you anyway. So there's not a huge benefit there. It's just good to keep things separate. You can do the same thing with a separate bank account, separate credit card, and just run everything on business through those. That's better if you can. And so certainly an LLC does help you keep things separate. But again, if someone wants to sue you, if you're going to be liable for selling counterfeit textbooks, Avery's run into that, and a handful of other people have as well. An LLC is not going to protect you.
Shout out to Catherine.
Okay.
She's probably watching this right now.
Thank you.
She's been watching the YouTube channel. Let's see who else.
There was Luke on earlier that said could get me into Crystal Downs in Traverse City. So I don't know which Luke that was, but drop me an email, thebookflipper@gmail.com. I don't say no to golf as a general rule.
So if you want to show Caleb some love, number one, you can buy the tracking spreadsheet because that's still his, or take him golfing. Either one of those two things. I don't think he's big on social media. Otherwise, I'd give him a shout out.
You shout me out. I don't do a whole lot these days. I do stalk and kind of keep an eye on what's going on. But we're probably going to bring back the podcast. So when David's on, ask him when are we restarting.
Books and
We
Bourbon.
did Books and Bourbon for 30 episodes. We'll rename it Business and Bourbon or something else. I'm not quite sure, but we're going to get the podcast going again. Matthew, David, myself. It's just a really fun way for us to stay engaged and just to share what we're learning. And we ended up finding a lot of, fewer eyeballs in general than most of our YouTube videos, but it was way more engaged people. We made some incredible connections through that. So we'll probably get that going again.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on, brother. Nice to see you. Any last words for people out there in the book world?
Just keep plugging and really focus on your margins, both in your time and in your finances. So thanks for having me back on. It's good to jump back in. I kind of have a little bit of FOMO being outside the industry a bit. So it's good to catch back up.
Yeah,
and see
you're always welcome whenever you want to come.
Cool. Well, keep dragging me back in. And Avery, safe travels to Cuba later tonight.
Yep, I'll try. There's some weather going on in Miami, so we'll see if I actually make it.
Perfect.
All right. We'll see ya. Okay, guys, real quick. We're about to get started with this giveaway. We'll see if we can get everyone tallied up before Dave Can Read comes on. Dave Can Read does a few million a year out of Denver, Colorado. Super pumped to have him. But real quick, let's get everyone tallied up. So if you guys already have a go-to lister membership, go ahead and comment your email below. Rustum should have been already putting all your emails into a spreadsheet, and we'll be drawing the winner here. I think last time we only had 24 people try and apply for the giveaway, which is absolutely insane for me. So this time, hopefully we'll have more. And if you guys don't know what you're signing up for, I'll share it real quick. All right, boom. This is pretty crazy because I'm sharing like two screens. I'm sharing my StreamYard screen. We're also live on YouTube and Facebook, and I'm sharing Zoom. So if at any point in time, Bill, if you want to text me if anything goes crazy or call me, just let me know, because this is my first time like doing a inception of screen shares. And yeah, let me go down here. So this is new. We have total profit. So this factors in your buy cost, and it also factors in all Amazon fees. So if you want to know what your true profit is, sometimes you see that you did 50,000 in Amazon sales, but maybe you only did 5,000 in profit. This allows you to factor in not only Amazon fees, but also all of your buy cost into your sales. So you can come here and you can see, I made 11,000 in true profit over the last 30 days. You can adjust this date range to the full year, for the week, pretty soon we're going to be able to have this downloaded so you can give it to your CPA and easily, have your numbers on how much you're paying taxes for. Sometimes it can be a nightmare running an Amazon business, and you might overpay. Like if you report all your sales to the IRS that you did 300,000 in sales, they're going to try and tax you on that. So make sure you're writing off inventory cost, obviously all the Amazon fees, all that good stuff. I like to look at profit analytics just because it lets me know like how much money am I making each day. You can see when my inventory was checked in, it was close to $630, $827 a day. That way, I'm not just looking at $2,000 in sales without having any idea of what's the true profit on this. There's also an orders tab, which I will not open because it has all my products in it currently. And actually, I need to share a different tab. Give me 1 second. Let me hop back over here. I will share. Boom. Since I don't have books with me, I'm here in Vegas right now. I can't show this to you guys, but this is a video, if you guys look at the screen, of me listing 20 books in about 40 seconds. So as you can see, I'm scanning these barcodes. Go-to-listers on the laptop there. It's scanning all these barcodes simultaneously. As I'm scanning them, they're being added to a queue. You can literally scan, like if you could scan 100 books in a second, you could. It queues them all up, and then Amazon processes them one by one. So whenever I was on the road, I had slow Wi-Fi. It would really piss me off when I was listing books. The spinning wheel of death on AccelerList, whatever listing software I used, it was really slow. So this allows you just to keep scanning, and then Amazon will process your books as it has time to do so. So yeah, as you can see, the computer is actually still processing the books I scanned in, and then Rollo printer or Dymo, whatever printer you use, will print out the labels as you're good to go. Get back here. Do you guys hear that? All right, here we go. Let me exit that out then. Okay, so on this page, I put it in incognito mode because I don't want you guys to see my products and take them. But you can see on a per product basis how much profit you're making. This is super important for online arbitrage sellers because you want to know, is your product actually profitable? For booksellers, we care more about, like, on the grand scheme of things, are your books profitable? What your average sales price is. But when it comes to online arbitrage, sometimes one product can make you thousands of dollars profit in 1 month. So with this page, you'll be able to upload your buy cost. If you didn't already, you can edit your buy cost here, and you can see your true profit on a per item basis here. So this software is the fastest software for listing books. It's also great for online arbitrage sellers. And my developer quit his job recently to work full time on building out the profit analytics side. So we have these profit analytics right now, but we're going to make it even better by giving you guys like recommended quantity restocks, all that stuff. So for booksellers, not super important, but for online arbitrage people, like if you plan on looking at your inventory on a per item basis, or you want to know, hey, maybe you're out of stock on one item and you need to restock, or maybe you only have 10 days less of supply, we're going to have all that information for you too. So you guys can go to gotolister.com to sign up. It's a 14-day free trial, 100% free. And for everyone who signs up today, you'll be put in line for the $1,000 book giveaway. So big shout out Dave Can Read. He puts together these pallets or boxes of books. We'll be shipping those out to one winner. All you guys got to do is head on over and drop your email below. Let me hop on here. All right, can you guys see me now? Good. All right, perfect. All right, so drop your email that you signed up below, and Rustum will grab your emails. We'll put them all into a Google Sheet, and then after Dave gets done presenting, we'll announce the winner. Real quick, do we have any questions about anything about GoToLister, about selling books, any of the presentations? We have about a 10-minute gap here, so if you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand, or I'll answer any questions below. Where to put the email address for the giveaway, just drop your email right here. We'll tally you up. Is that Mom? What's up, Mom?
Hey, okay, what wait a second. Okay. Can you tell me about the repricer if you're a member, and what does the repricer do?
Yeah, so I have a repricing course
Okay.
that breaks down exactly how to sell your books, or how to reprice your books, how to set up the template.
Mhm.
And so last summer when I was living in Colombia, I switched from Reprice It to Channel Max. Channel Max was recommended to me by Scott Needham. He does like 50 million a year on Amazon, and I wanted something a little bit quicker, more powerful to reprice my online arbitrage inventory. So what I did was I applied the settings he recommended. He really recommended a few things. Number one was be aggressive on inventory that's getting older. So if your inventory is approaching 90 days, don't be attached to it. You're gonna have to pay removal fees, which are $2 per book. So instead, it's better to sell your book at a lower price that's going to lose you money on Amazon, and then recoup whatever. And you're not even recouping anything, but at least you're not paying $2. So if you can sell a book for at least $1.99 loss, you're losing $1.99. That's better than paying $2 for Amazon to remove it. So number one is like, just get your money back. After 90 days, aggressively reprice, get your money back. Number two is at nighttime, reprice up. So if you never price your inventory up, you're never giving your repricer a chance to bring your prices up. So you're always pricing down. If your repricer is only programmed to go down, you're going to tank prices. So what we do is we reprice up every night. We reprice up from 2 to 4 a.m. Eastern time, I believe, and 30 minutes briefly during the afternoon. Now, Mom, you probably won't like this, but this is just how it is. I have 20,000 units active, and if you reprice up midday, there's going to be a handful of people that purchase your book at a higher price by accident. This is how it works. Let's say that you're taking a lunch break. My mom's a teacher, and Dad tells you to buy an item on Amazon. If you put an item from my store into your cart, and then you get in a conversation with somebody, and then after the conversation, you check out, if I change the price, you'll pay the higher price. And so a percentage of people are going to pay the higher price. That's how it is. So midday, we price up for 30 minutes. And then during the night, we price up. And if you reprice up during the night, what that does is if there's an item that has no FBA offers at all, then if you raise your price and you're the lowest FBA offer, you're likely going to win the buy box at your higher price. So let's say you send in a book that's $10. Its E-score is 151 plus. This book just sells all the time, but there's no FBA competition. If you price that book at $20, if you price that book at $30, even $40, maybe $50, there's a high chance you'll win the buy box. And then the next morning, when your repricer turns back on to go back to the buy box price, because that's what a repricer does, it competes for a buy box. Because you raised your price at night, you just brought the market value of the book up by winning the buy box at a higher price. So we do this 2 times every 24 hours. And last summer when I was in Colombia, I made the switch from Reprice It to Channel Max. My units sold doubled. So I went from selling like 60 to 70 units a day to 120 to 140 units a day. My average sales price, my minimum price, I increased. So I increased my minimum price from nothing, I didn't have a minimum price, to $10 per book. And I still sold more inventory than previously. So I'm not saying Reprice It's a terrible repricer. I used it for years and it got the job done, but I can't deny that my units sold doubled. And it wasn't just for a week. It wasn't for 2 weeks. It was for several months. It never went down. My units sold stayed high. So the course is $100, but anyone who has GoToLister, I give it away for free. And if you guys aren't tech savvy, like my mom, just email support@gotolister.com and say, hey, I want you to set up my repricing template with Channel Max. You will have to set up a Channel Max account. And then my team will go in and they'll set up the templates for you. They'll set up 100% of your settings. Channel Max also knows about me. They probably will sponsor my events in the future. We may even get an integration with them with GoToLister in the future. We're debating between that and Be Cool. So this is just like a special offer I have for any GoToLister users. We don't offer it to people who have a GoToLister account if you haven't paid us yet. So wait till your free trial is over with, or if you're dying for it, you can message us, charge me, and we will go ahead and charge your account and give you access to the course. So, your question?
I have technological skills, Avery. This is why this is really good, because we all need to be keeping up with all the changes and stuff. So this is good. Thank you. Okay.
Definitely. Have you met Bill yet, Mom? Or did she leave?
I met Bill.
Here's Bill with
on
Sell
here.
Back Your Book. My mom's gonna start sending you
Yeah, I watched
stuff
him.
pretty soon. He was at the bachelor party up in Chicago.
Oh, in Chicago. Okay. Yeah, you've been
Yeah.
to 2 bachelor parties in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, his warehouse
So
is in
not his own,
Montgomery.
not his own. What's going on? That's the real question.
Hey, don't rush me.
Just
He's got
Be
a
safe too,
warehouse in
though. Oh, yeah.
Montgomery, Illinois. My mom's
You
from
have a lovely
Decatur.
son. You have a lovely son who's one of my favorites in the industry from day one, and he is a little known fact here. Since we have a minute, we're killing some time waiting on David. David can read, but apparently David can't read time. You're welcome for that one.
He's probably in here right now, shaking his head.
That's fine. Whatever. He knows I'm cool. It's okay. But little known fact to all the viewers here. Avery was the first person, the person, the godfather, if you will, who connected Caleb Roth and myself back in the day. So we just celebrated the text last month. I sent a little reminder to both of them, but he was the one who made the connection that eventually led to the Sellback Your Book integration on Scout IQ and Palette IQ, and lots of wonderful sponsorships at the events. And yeah, so it's kudos to Avery, and thank you again, Avery, for this lovely night and putting everything together, both with Caleb and our company, and of course everyone here. So we all owe you a lot of gratitude and just so much knowledge. So really, really wonderful.
Likewise. Thank you.
And thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, this is your last time, but enjoy what you're just kidding.
Fine. I'll burn it down then.
All right. Any other questions? We got 4 minutes before Dave comes on.
Oh, shoot.
What happened? You're still in
Sorry. No, well, nothing. Joanna just sent me a message.
Yeah, my lister, she just received like 1,800 books at her house because we had a huge removal order from restrictedinventory.com hit her house. And yeah, my mom's been over there helping her out.
Yeah. And luckily, Jason from the United States Post Office pulled up with a van and started packing up the boxes, and I helped him. And I gave him 2 protein drinks, and thanks for his hard work.
Yeah, I think I saw a picture.
So many
Was he
boxes.
the UPS guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw his picture. Let's see. Scout IQ has been messing my account up a lot lately. Can you suggest a replacement for Scout IQ? Scout IQ, like hit me up if you have questions about Scout IQ. But I literally think people are making up issues about it that don't exist. But hit me up on Facebook Messenger and we can work it out. Because everything I've seen has been okay with it. But if you think you have an issue, hit me up behind the scenes. What's up, Roz? Is it Roz? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, it's Ross. Yep.
How you
Yep.
doing?
I'm big fan. I'm a go-to lister. That you mentioned Scout IQ. I've been working with Monica over there myself. There are some things that are going on, but I kind of agree with you. Like they're solving the problems, and they sent through today. I've been working with them since last Thursday. I
It was
didn't do
105,
anything
yeah.
with them over the weekend, but I do
No,
know that they
I'm
were
out.
working on it. And so they do seem to have it,
Okay, yeah.
figured out. It was just, I don't know, glitches or whatever. But my question is so if we were go to lister subscribers, which I've been now for a couple of
Yes,
months.
your question
And
is your question about what you asked in the chat about the course?
well, it just was, that I paid for it. And then
Yeah, just shoot us a message and we'll help you out. We can get you that refund on the repricing course.
Yeah, But I wouldn't worry about Scout IQ myself, because I have found them to be responsive. I think what people are really reacting to, Romer, is the message that comes back, it says, yeah, we'll get back to you in 24 to 48 hours. And people are kind of going, wait a minute, I'm at Goodwill right now, you know, and I can't wait. So, but I think all of that is being resolved. It's sort of a transitionary thing. And I would not give up on them because I think the product personally for me has been really pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. And they've innovated the space. So I like to give them my money rather than the competition, who has literally copied their user interface and everything they've done. So that's why I'm a big fan.
Can I add some things to that too?
Yeah, go for it.
Since I'm still unmuted and I don't know, I must have hacked in here. And we're still waiting on Dave Kent. I'm changing his new Instagram handle, or going to create one of those parody accounts and just send them clocks, tag them in clocks. I had the personal pleasure of meeting the new owner of Three Colts last week in London, and they are fully aware of how important social media is and how dependent upon quick response times this business is. You know, like to Roz's point and Avery's point, you know, folks are out on site, right? They're at a library event and they need an answer quickly. And Facebook is a community where it's a blessing and a curse. And Sellback, your book, can certainly attest to this. If you treat people right, you have the finger point, you have the ability to go viral, and people chatter and talk and keep everything relevant. We serve our customers right. We do the right thing 99% of the time. And we aim for 100, but like I mentioned earlier, if you're here, we're all human, no one's perfect. But we do the best darn way we can every single time. That said, when bad things happen, you have the unfortunate similar ability where things can spiral very quickly if you're not ahead of it, you know, if you're not on top of it. And if it's over and over and over, people get sick of the excuses. So social media is a blessing and a curse for businesses like Avery's, like ours, where you're dependent upon, you know, people advocating for you and talking about it constantly. And you want as many good things happening as possible with that chatter. And Scout IQ people, Valid IQ people, they certainly are aware of it. And I would say give it some time because everyone's still finding their foothold. And, you know, we're still elated for the partnership. We hope nothing but the best. We hope it continues. There's only one Caleb. Everybody knows that. But they are aware to do things they need to do. And we'll see, you know, and I'm very hopeful. Sellback, your book is very helpful, and time will tell. That's the ultimate thing. So that said, we love Scoutly too. So, you know, we're Sweden, we're Switzerland, whoever's the neutral country there. We're neutral. We love everyone. But you know, in regards to question itself, you know, just give it some time. So and time will tell. Time is the ultimate factor, right? As Glenn famously says, a zebra can only, I forget, but it was something cool about stripes and shed stripes, and I'm messing with you now. But anyway, there's something there. But anyhow, yes, that's all.
All right, yeah, appreciate that. I definitely think the same. And I mean, they've helped my business for years, and the owners have taught me so much. So I have loyalty to that company. But speaking of Scout IQ, we have one of the people who are on the team with Scout IQ and over at Books and Bourbon, Dave can read. As I mentioned, he does millions a year out of Denver. He's taught me so much when it comes to entrepreneurship. He's got so much knowledge when it comes to selling books on Amazon. Dave can read on Instagram. Go give him a follow. We'll drop his IG in the chat. Welcome, David. How we doing?
Good. Hey, thanks for inviting me to this session here. And yeah, thanks for pushing me back to the end. I just wrapped up some dinner, and so now we're ready to go.
Beautiful view you have there.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, it's a beautiful day.
Yeah, the
here
lighting's
in Denver,
nice too.
so thank you very much. Cool. Well, guys, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background and history of how I started and my journey and this entrepreneurial, you know, trip that I've had selling books. and also wanted to share some lessons I've learned along the way, and hopefully you guys can draw some ideas from it, and hopefully not fall into some of the same mistakes that I did early on in my career. I'm coming up on 15 years selling books here in August. And so August 12th, 2008 is when I started. I actually started in my parents' basement. I didn't have any money to go out and rent a storage unit. So I started in my parents' basement with a loan from my mom, and I would go out and cherry pick, probably like a lot of you guys do right now. I did that for a number of years, and then I also started purchasing, pallets and larger quantity books from whoever would sell those books to me. In the beginning, I was going to college full time and trying to make this my side hustle to pay for my college tuition. My parents regrettably never saved up money for me to go through college, and so I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate to that. And so I worked while I went to school, and I was fortunate enough to pay my way through school, and beyond that, I was also able to cover both of my sister's tuitions as well, but that's another story. I came to the point where I was graduating college. It was 2021, May 2021, and I had to make a tough decision. I had a job offer lined up as an assistant manager at a retail store, and they were offering me $45,000 per year, which back then, and even now, maybe not so much now, but back then, 45,000 was a lot of money. And so I had to figure out, hey, what do I want to do? Do I want to try to continue this side hustle that I have, or take this full-time job offer as an assistant manager and make some good money? And I don't know what took over me, but I made the decision to just try this book thing more seriously. And so I graduated, I turned down the job, and I went hard at the books, and I hired a few of my friends, and I went out, took a leap of faith, and signed a lease to a small warehouse. And just like try to figure it out right after college. And shortly after that was when things started gaining traction. Having people to help me with the tasks that I no longer wanted to do, or things that I was potentially deficient at, really helped grow my business. But that's not to say that the next 5 years wasn't a grind. And so it was really, really difficult. And I think this thing that switched in my head that took me from pretty much the same situation that I was in while I was in college, where I was grinding and hustling every day, except now I was doing it in a bigger space with a few friends helping me out. The thing that flipped in my head to take me from that to now being in a 20,000 square foot warehouse and having 20 employees was really figuring out, well, two things. Number one, figuring out what I needed to do to remove the barriers in my business. So, we're going to be talking about speed and cost and efficiency. So like figuring out how to reduce cost, right? Figuring out how to reduce, something taking 5 people to do and condensing it down to one person, right? Whether that's grading the books or listing the books or shipping the books. When we first started, it's kind of a side note, but when we first started, we would sell about 30 books a day, and we were merchant fulfilling all these items. And 30 books would take us a long time to ship, maybe an hour or two. There was one day where our software, we had a technical glitch and it wouldn't connect to our Amazon account. And finally, after I realized I connected, it had only been 2-3 days, and I had 150 orders sitting, waiting to be processed and fulfilled. And I was freaking out. 150 books to to ship out. And I literally recruited all of my friends and family to help me out. And, it probably took over 10 hours to get all those books shipped out. What's funny now is our KPI, our expectation for our employees shipping out the books now is 130 books per hour. And so now we have one employee who's able to do the same work that took, 5 of us several hours to do back then. But the first thing that really switched in my mind, getting back to the point, is cutting out all the inefficiencies, right? And so really not only just investing in myself, but investing in the right tools, right? Just making the plunge and getting that Zero or Rolo scanner so that you don't have to tape the labels on anymore. Really being intentional with the software that we use, right? And then the second thing that we switched was I switched from this small business mindset to a big business mindset. Then you say, well, David, that's great. What's the difference between a small business and a large business? Small businesses, you really think about the day-to-day. How am I going to ship out these items? Where are the books going to come from? Who's going to show up today? What do I have to do today? And really the big business mentality is one where it's more, so how do I create lasting value for the shareholders, the employees, the community, the customers, and our partners, right? And as I started focusing more on how do I create value for those people around me, that's when I started gaining traction. In 2016, March 2016, I was a few days away. I think it was a Friday and payroll was due on Monday, and payroll was coming up, and my payroll at the time was about $5,000 to pay for my employees. And I had $2,000 in my bank account. And I'm not talking about just the business account. I'm talking about business plus checkings plus savings plus like all the change I had in my drawer. Like I had $2,000 and I had to make this $5,000 payroll on the following Monday. And I remember being so desperate from the $2,000 that I had. I remember the Boys and Girls Club in Colorado had this like raffle where you could buy a raffle ticket for $50 or 5 for 150, and you had a chance at winning $1 million. And I got so desperate that I was like, all right, I've read about all these crazy success stories where, someone, the owner of FedEx took his last, $10,000 and put it all on black and saved the company. I thought that was going to happen to me. I spent 150 of the last $2,000 I had and bought 5 of these raffle tickets, just praying and hoping and just like kind of throwing a Hail Mary to see if I could survive. And safe to say, I didn't win anything actually, and somehow came up with, it just barely scraped enough money to make payroll the following Monday. But that's when I realized, hey, this isn't, this hoping and wishing and like just focusing on the small stuff really isn't going to bring me up from the situation I'm in. And so that's when I started focusing more on creating value for the people around me. And I was fortunate enough to meet great people while I'm doing this business. And one of the folks that I met was who used to be a shift manager at a Goodwill. And I was helping him out setting up for Thanksgiving at one of the stores, and I hadn't seen him in a while. And I said, "Hey, Matt, it's so good to see you. How are you doing? How's everything going?" And he comes up to me. He's like, "David, things are going so well. Like, are you still selling books?" And I said, "Yeah." And Matt said, "Well, I'd love to talk with you, and maybe we can do some work together." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, I've been promoted to director of operations at Goodwill, and that had been over 5 years since I seen him. And during those 5 years, he rose the ranks. And so, again, like me providing the value and helping them set up for their Thanksgiving meal, I didn't realize that Matt was going to be there and that he was now the director of operations, but like really thinking beyond yourself and saying like, how do I bring value to the table, right? Long story short, had a meeting with Matt, and we ended up working out a partnership with Goodwill where they would send a lot of their books to us, and we were able to really grow our company that way. And since then, we started focusing on more organizations and communities in town, like neighborhoods and schools and libraries. And we now partner with our community, and we're really led by this, giving back mentality. And that's allowed us to grow so much more than me just focusing on, who's going to show up or how are these books going to be shipped. Now, don't get me wrong, all those things need to be addressed, but really being able to focus on how do I provide value to everyone else, I truly believe is what catapulted us from, me being a one-man show to, being able to grow to a much larger business. So that's a little bit about my story. Avery, I'll be honest with you, this monologue, it's kind of difficult. And so maybe should I jump to questions?
Yeah, we can jump into some Q&A. We got Yavit saying, I appreciate all that Dave is sharing. So yeah, if you guys have questions, I mean, Dave basically knows like everything there is to know about books. So he does bulk books. He's obviously, you've heard his story, working, with libraries, providing value to them. Whatever questions you guys have, feel free to ask them. If you guys want, you can raise your hand. We'll unmute you. Tommy says, Dave, you killed a monologue, bro. Thanks so much. Also, big shout out to David. He made the logo for Go-To Lister. So this beautiful logo you see, open this up right here. This logo, Go-To Lister, that's all Dave can read. So big shout out to you for that.
Bookseller and part-time graphic designer.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have benchmarks for scaling? Says Ron.
Yeah. So for me, I think the benchmarks really just the first, right? So the first sale, that's a huge benchmark, right? When you get that first sale, it's a huge. Now, I guess he means benchmarks, not milestones. Okay. Benchmarks, really, you have to really zero in on what drives your business. And for us internally at our company, we have a few different numbers that we look at. I think 6 right now that we're keeping an eye on a day-to-day basis as well as a week-to-week basis. But we are, this business we're incredibly lucky. This business is very simple. In any other business, let's say I have these AirPods. In any other business, look at Apple. They not only have to research and develop how to create these AirPods, they have to also manufacture them, distribute them, ship them to a retail store, have a sales associate who can sell it to you. And that's the process. It's a very long and drawn out process. Whereas for us booksellers, it's very simple. All we have to do is find the books and list it onto Amazon. And assuming that has a decent e-score, it's a guaranteed sale. It's a numbers game, right? You list 10 books, you're going to sell 6. You list 100 books, you're going to sell 60. You list 1,000 books, you're going to sell 600. And so it truly is a numbers game. And I think at the core of it, all of the 6 numbers that we look at are driven around that number. What does our intake look like? How much material are we bringing in? How much are we listing? And we actually don't really even look at how much we're selling through. We do pay mind to it, but we also realize that, hey, that's why we pay Amazon the 15%. They take care of all the selling for us. All I can do in order to scale my business is bring more books in through the funnel. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, we got Thomas saying, what platforms do you sell on? And then Rosemary says, what keeps you from feeling burned out or doubtful?
Yeah, absolutely. What platforms do I sell on? Obviously, Amazon. We sell on our own website as well. There are several other book websites as well. We sell on barnesandnoble.com through Alibris, and Alibris actually cross-lists to several different marketplaces for us. I'm not sure if that's still a open application, but in the past they've allowed that cross-listing. We also sell on eBay, and so yeah, those are the platforms. Rosemary was asking what keeps me going when I feel burnt out or doubtful. You know, that's a good question, and I can pinpoint probably 2 points in my career as being self-employed that I felt burnt out. And one was back in 2018, and I had another time a little earlier than I can't actually remember, maybe 2014. And those periods of burnout actually, I've noticed for me, comes from an interesting place where I lose my hunger for the business. And part of that, if I think back to 2018, it was at the peak of our sales. You know, we were selling over 250,000 books every year. It was absolutely insane. And when I think about what I had to do to beat burnout, I'll just abbreviate the story. Long story short, I felt burnt out. I bought a one-way ticket down to Brazil, and I thought I was going to be able to eat, pray, love my way through the entire situation. Now, if you're hearing that and you're like, oh God, I don't have enough money to buy a one-way ticket to a foreign country and live, don't worry, the story takes a twist. So I bought a one-way ticket down to Brazil, beach hopped all the way down the coast of Brazil, drank beers, woke up every day at the beach. It was an awesome time. And then eventually made my way back to the States 5 weeks later. And funny enough, I was still burnt out, and I was still upset. And so I then realized, oh, you know what? It's not a big trip that's going to save me from burnout. I spent every Sunday evening, I carved out a date time for myself every Sunday evening. And I went there and I just journaled. I said, hey, what makes me happy? What keeps me motivated? What's driving me? And I did that for several weeks. And finally, I was able to get over this hump of depression and burnout. And what I realized is, like, the thing that cures me and the thing that cures the burnout isn't necessarily an external factor. It's not going to come from outside. It's going to be me truly looking inwards and saying, hey, why am I not motivated? And usually it's because I truly believe that burnout comes from you being misaligned with what your true goal is, as opposed to, you know, you just working too hard because, like I said, like business was good. I was, you know, already traveling and hanging out most of the time. So yes, I guess carving out that time for you to, like, time of intentionality for you to really truly look at yourself and reflect. I think that's a big thing. Real quick, I'm going to address Chris Bradley. Dave, are you Dream Books Go? I am Dream Books Go. So that's my company in Denver. Thanks for the order today.
Other questions, guys? If we have anyone that wants to unmute themselves, you guys can go for that.
Can I address real quick? I don't know how we are on time. I've got just a few minutes. I'm going to address Ron Francis's. So Ron recalls a story where I was talking about saving books from rain in the warehouse. So there are 2 situations where I had to hustle every time it rained. One was whenever I dropped off packages at the post office. And so I used to have a pickup truck, and I would load my orders into the back of the pickup truck and drive. And being in Colorado, the weather's so unpredictable. It'll be sunny one moment and raining the next. I had probably 10 postal tubs of orders in the back of my truck from the weekend. and I was driving, and all of a sudden it just started typhoon. It was just like raining. It was pouring, and like I couldn't do anything. I just had to keep driving as fast as I could to the post office. Dropped off all the packages, and I made the mistake of not looking at the labels because half the orders ended up being shipped back to me after that because all the labels got wet. And the second time is that first warehouse I told you about right after college. It was a cheap rent because the roof had leaks, and so anytime it rained, the floors would start flooding, and so we had to quickly lift all the books that were on the floor up. And so, yeah, the early days were a grind. And Avery, I know you can appreciate the grind, the hustle, but it truly was insane back then.
Yeah. Not as many resources either like this. Like this is like a cheat code. Being able to learn from people.
Absolutely. Well, and again, going back to like what I said before, it's just like not so much like just working on improving your business. Obviously that's important, but also just like engaging in community like this, and like being part of a community that has discourse, and like being able to provide value to that community, not expecting anything back, but also realizing that value is going to come back to you, right? I think this is a wonderful thing you've done, Avery.
Well, I just copied what Caleb's done. So real quick, guys, we have 69 people, Bill would appreciate that, who have dropped their emails below for GoToLister. If you guys haven't signed up yet, now is your last chance. We're going to jump back to Q&A with Dave, but now is your absolute last chance. If you guys are coming from AccelerList or Inventory Lab, we can help you transfer all your data. My developer's working on a CSV file upload. So you guys will just be able to take all your data from Inventory Lab or AccelerList, and all your buy cost, everything will be factored in, so you can have your exact profit analytics on GoToLister. Inventory Lab does have good profit analytics. AccelerList, they just don't work. That's just a fact. I've tried both of theirs, and Inventory Lab, is a bigger company for a reason. But GoToLister, we have profit analytics now, and we're going to make them in a way that's, in my opinion, more aesthetically pleasing, and give you guys the most important metrics I believe you guys need. And plus, as Vishal mentioned earlier, we're listening to you guys. So if you guys have any recommendations, suggestions, anything like that at all, we're here, and we're hearing you guys. We're listening for anything you guys have. So I will give a shout out real quick to people who have joined: Jerry, Marietta, Roger. I see you guys dropped your emails below. We also have, I'm going to read off emails because I don't have your names here, but we got AJ, BX, we got Nathan Davis, Leah, Cool Beans, Marla, M. Thomas, Mac Reeds. Appreciate you guys trusting me with your listing needs. We got a lot of emails I can't even read. We got Hotline Dash, Ermine, Kelly, and a ton of other people. So I appreciate you guys trusting me. And again, I'm here to listen to you guys. You guys can hit me up in any group chat that I have, any Discord I have. You guys can message any email I send. I read all my emails, and any feature request you have. I plan on making GoToLister like the industry standard, like the GoToLister. That's the name of it. So these are the very early stages. I've committed to not drinking any alcohol until we hit 500 users. And then we'll probably integrate with Bill over at Sellback Your Book, and allow you guys to, if you're scanning a book in, last minute we'll tell you, hey, you can make $4 profit FBA, or you can make $3 profit sending it to Bill. That once we hit 500 users, we'll probably do something like that. But anyway, back to questions for Dave while we have him here. Again, Dave is super smart guy. I've learned so much from him, and really appreciate you giving us your time, Dave. And I want you guys to take advantage of this. So any questions at all, feel free to ask them now. Did we answer Pam's question? What does the value exchange look like between your company and the sources and the community? I feel like this is a great question for you. How does your company perform now? Sales margin. Could you drop your tax return too in the chat?
Yeah, absolutely. Pam has a great question. And I will address it. But I do want to ask you a question, Avery. For Go-To-Lister, are you doing like a free trial or something?
Yeah, there's a 14-day free trial.
Okay, 14-day free trial. Here's what I'll say about that. Obviously, I'm biased towards Avery. He's a good friend of mine, and I want to support him. But besides that fact, one of the things that I've learned in being an entrepreneur is the need to invest in yourself and also kind of have this exploration mindset. I can't tell you the number of things that I've signed up for just to see what it's about, right? I've actually signed up for, things that I know that I'll never use, but it's just like, for example, if there is today I just signed up for a newsletter on GPT-4, which is AI, that again has nothing to do with my business, but I'm just hungry and I want to see what's out there and what my competition is using, and I just want to make sure that I'm not falling behind. And even if you already have a listing software, I truly do think that it really doesn't hurt to see what the options are. I'll tell you this: we've switched softwares three different times in my 15 years of doing business. And every time we actually made the switch, it was painful, but it was so worth it, because every time we made the switch, it was because that new company that we just signed up for had a feature that the old company either refused to integrate or couldn't integrate, right? And so like every time we made those software switches, our company, I don't want to say 10x, that's kind of cliche, but our company experienced significant growth. And I'm not saying that if you sign up for Go-To-Lister, you're going to experience that same type of growth. But what I'm saying is, like, do the research, try these different softwares out, because you might just run across something that is going to be unlocked to get you to that next level. And so I just wanted to address that. To get back to Pam's question of what does the value exchange look like between company and the sources with the community? It really does depend on the sources, or as we call them, our partners. And each partner will be looking for different things, right? So you might work with a storage unit company that is just literally looking for an alternative to the junk man coming and collecting the books and tossing them in the trash. And so you might be able to go in there and say, hey, we're going to charge you for the service. We're going to go in and we're going to help you clear out these books from these unpaid storage units. However, instead of them ending up in the trash, we're going to make sure that we try to recirculate them and donate them to good homes. And so the value exchange, it truly is on a spectrum from all the way from, organizations paying us thousands of dollars to take their books, all the way to us paying thousands of dollars to take their books, everywhere in between. How does the company perform now? Sales margins. Without getting into the nitty gritty, we are, we're selling right around 3 to 5 million mark every year, and our margin, I'll tell you, the best year that we had as a large company, we're looking at about 15%, which is probably on the lower end of a conventional business, but still healthy enough to, I don't know. It was still a really healthy margin that year.
What I found is
right
that's
now,
pretty good for an
we're
Amazon
shooting.
business, like across the board, wholesale, online arbitrage, cherry picking. I mean, 15% is pretty good.
Yeah. So, but yeah, hopefully that addresses your question.
We got Thomas saying, do you have any creative methods of monetizing duds? You probably know every way to monetize duds that you would otherwise send to recycler.
Boy. Yeah. So some of the most creative ways that we've ever gotten rid of duds in 2019, the market bottomed out, the recycling market bottomed out. And so we were going from being able to move our recycling no problem to the point where we had to pay several $1,000s to try to get rid of our books. The most creative solution, this is probably not the answer you're looking for, but I threw up Facebook and Craigslist ads asking people to take my books, pallets of books, and I'd pay them $20 for every pallet that they took out of my property. And people were so confused. They were like, oh, wait, so your pallet of books cost $20? Like, no. You get the pallet and I'll give you $20. And like most people thought it was a scam. They never showed up, but we still had probably 60 people show up and take pallets to get rid of our debts. Now, you probably don't want to pay $20 per 1,000 books to get rid of your debts. Here's some other creative ways that you can monetize your debts. We've worked with in the past local bookstores, and what they would do is they would ask for specific titles or specific genres. And I think that's a great way to sell your books back into your community, and also create like this synergistic like partnership, right, between a local bookstore and you. I think actually you can take it a step beyond that, and you can say, hey, tell me which titles you're looking for, which authors you're looking for, and I'll give them to you. And I'll actually give them to you absolutely free, no charge. And the bookstores are going to be like, what's the catch? The catch is, hey, whenever you run across a collection that's too large, you don't really want to take, give me a call. I'll pick up those books from the person who wants to give those books away. Or whenever you have extra books that you don't want, I'll take those off your hand. And so just kind of creating that, give and take partnership, I think is a creative way that you can not only get rid of the books that you don't want, but also ties in well with sourcing. Actually, a really good idea.
All right.
And then Zach, okay, I'll just jump to the next last
for it.
question, okay? I've used, it's not a question actually. It says I've used AI chat box and they really help writing copy with Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
AI is
Dave's
amazing.
got some pretty cool stuff he's been doing with AI. I've been messing with a lot of stuff too. We'll post this recording on YouTube for anyone that wants to watch this after the fact. We're actually live on YouTube now, so I'll just leave it up. And yeah, everyone, make sure you dropped your email below, because if you signed up and didn't drop your email, then you won't get included. Don't redrop your email, because my team will just have to filter that out. But yeah, we're basically ready. I think Nancy was the last person to put her email in. So Rustum, if you want to add that to the tally, and then or add that to the list and get that random number generated, let us know who won. In the meantime, if you guys still have questions for Dave, feel free to drop them. We'll do with this giveaway and we'll get out of here. I got a flight to catch.
Okay, already add Nancy. So initiate the.
Okay,
Should we pick the lucky number?
Go for it now. Big shout out to Rustum, guys. Drop a 1 in the chat for Rustum. He's always killing it. Oh no, we had one more person. Hold on. We had one more person drop their email. I think it was
Wait,
with a J.
okay. I'll copy their email first. Wait.
Let's see here. Perfect timing. Just put J for his email, and if he wins, you know who it is. Jayton. It's Jonathan. Just put a J in if he wins. We'll find his email.
Okay, I will now generate.
Jonathan's like me. Bonus points for having the camera on. All right, let's see who won this. I get these books for the giveaway. By the way, I get them from David. So
okay, here we go.
Shout out to David as well.
It's number 29. I'll check my list first.
All right. Who's feeling lucky today?
I'll check his full name in the stripe. Wait.
Oh, we got Omar in the house. Omar's trying to win the $1,000.
Okay, so the winner is Gino Lucino.
Okay. Gino? Who's
yes,
Gino?
Gino Lucino.
Gino Lucino. Do you want to unmute yourself real quick? Can you find her on here and unmute her?
Wait, hang on. I dropped his email on the. I'm not sure if this is Gino.
Lucennog
this
at
Gina.
yahoo.com.
Hey Avery,
Hey,
Is that Gina?
how you doing?
Lucino?
I'm doing well.
Congrats. How's your book business doing? Are you just a beginner starting out? How many books do you have?
I started in November and probably have about 400 books in Amazon right now. I had my best month last month and sold 700.
Awesome. Well, you'll have several boxes arrive on your doorstep in the next couple weeks.
That's awesome. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, sir.
Yeah, if you want, you can send a picture when they arrive, and if not, whatever. You can. If you're in the Facebook groups.
I haven't yet.
Okay, or the
I'm
Discord or
part of
whatever.
them, yes,
when you
but
get them,
haven't-
just give me a shout. You can reply to support at GoToLister. Just let me know you got them. But my
Okay.
team will reach out to you via email. We'll get your address and get you all set up.
Awesome. Thank you very
Alright.
much.
Yep. All right, Rustum, if you want to unmute everybody, we're going to end this call. Everyone give Dave a huge thank you for showing up, and everyone's about to be unmuted. We'll get out of here.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Romer.
Yep, 100%.
Thanks. Love ya.
Thanks,
Be
Dave.
safe in Cuba.
Thank you, guys.
Girl.
I was wondering who was saying love you.
Congrats,
I was
Gino.
like, this is my
Thanks,
mom.
Is that a Kilimanjaro hat?
Thank you, Dave.
Romer to Romer.
Appreciate
That's
all you
awesome.
guys. All right, guys, I'm getting out of here. Much love.
Thanks,
Safe travels,
Avery.
Avery.
See ya.
Safe in your travels.
Yep.
Nice meeting you.